Well, she's doing a good job getting the bred and owned division started off here. For those of you ringside, we're going to do the bred and owned division of the Market Hogs first, and then we'll transition into the pair show, followed by the traditional Market Hog division. But we're looking forward to having a good show out here this evening. Appreciate all of your ringside support. This young lady's here with her single entry lightweight market gilt. And this is a gilt that's certainly got some good pieces to her in terms of power and build. She's just one that needs a little more time on feed to really be at a relevant commercial weight. So we'll look forward to maybe seeing her again in the overall division. But let's put our hands together for this young lady with a nice gilt. Just needs to be a little bigger in her kind and further along on feed.
Now enter the ring, Class 23, bred and owned market pigs. Results for Class 22, first place goes to Peyton Harris.
Here in our lightweight market gilt division, another nice trio of high quality gilts we've got here. Ones that, again, we'd like to get a little heavier in their weight class to really be at some commercial relevance. But I think the young lady with the tricolored gilt's going to lead off the class. Just one that's the most complete in her build, one that's maybe not the most powerful gilt in the class, but certainly I consider her adequate in that regard. Just gets out and travels more comfortably and more level in her design. One that's built better in terms of the way she comes out of the top of her shoulder all the way out through her hip and rear leg. And just like the way she sets and travels better. The young lady's broken belted gilt that comes in second. She's not one that's really tracking out for us here today. Love the extra extension and skeleton she's got. She has the ability to go to a heavier weight and still handle herself well. Just one that to me is a little bit too tentative and timid in her movement, one that's a little flatter in her rib cage. I'd like to see her a little higher performing to be competitive in this class. A little bit bigger gilt in the Berkshire appearing one that comes in third. She might be the biggest hip gilt in the class. She's one, though, that to me is just hooked up a little more incorrectly down her top line and especially out of her hip. Just like to see her get out and go better off of her rear skeleton, but I appreciate the extra muscle and apparent weight that she has over the other two gilts in the class. Let's congratulate these three exhibitors in this lightweight bred and owned division and move on to our next class.
Now entering the ring is Class 24, bred and owned market pigs. Results for Class 23, first place, Peyton Harris. Second place, Molly Miller. Third place, Chelsea Riley. In your program, 2, 1, 3. Now in the ring is Class 24.
Here in another lightweight class, we've got a little bigger numbers to sort through, and certainly some quality and some big differences in this class that you can latch on to different ways depending on your preference. It's still these lighter weights. I'm looking for ones that should be able to continue at a good compositional endpoint to put on weight and get to a commercial relevant weight, which to me is over 250 pounds. If we look at the commercial grids today, all these pigs are in the 220 to 230 pound range. And I think as you split hairs between them, this young man's gilt driving right in front of me just does things the most correctly. I think she's easily the most correct in her build and design in this class. Is she the most powerful? No, I think she's probably third out of the group of three that we sorted through a little tighter, but one that just in her skeleton and her design is easily the most correct, and yet she's still lean enough down her top and fresh enough in her top line, the one that I think sorts to the top pretty easily. The young man's barrow, or young lady's barrow that's going to be second, that's the power hog in the class. I think if we took her to the rail today, she's probably going to hit the carcass, hit the cooler with more pounds of product, maybe not quite as lean or as fresh in her skin and hair coat, a little rounder in her build and frailer in her bone work, and those balance pieces are probably what slide her down into the second spot for me when we've got pigs that are adequate in terms of mass and power. The young man's gilt that comes out next is certainly the heavier structured one of the pair. She's one that's got more of the same muscle expression up high as we saw in our class winner, just not hooked up quite as correctly down her top line and in her ham one junction, one that gets a little more swollen in her hock and off in her rear leg travel, but I think still a contender to win because of the class winning pieces that she has as well. Coming in fourth is another gilt that's a little leaner in her build, one that's got some substance to her and plenty of expression of muscle up high, just a gilt that's a little bit too compact, a little bit too jammed up in her hip and rear leg structure. I've got to see her get out and go better to move her up in the lineup, and she's one that to me I think would really struggle to put extra pounds on and maintain her structural comfort. Coming in fifth, young man's got a hog that I think is certainly better in terms of his structural build than the gilt that precedes him. Just a barrow that's a little bit on the wrong side competitionally. He's the fattest hog in the class, and at this weight, probably a little bit concerning that he doesn't have more muscle to go along with the extra fat and fill that he has, which slides him down in my lineup. Let's congratulate these exhibitors in Class 3 of your bred and owned division. A nice group there with some differences at the top.
Now entering the ring, Class 25, bred and owned market pigs. Results for Class 24. First place, Quinn Hartner. Second place, Chelsea Riley. Third place, Chelsea Riley. Fourth place, Jake Harris. Fifth place, Quinn Hartner. In your program, 2, 4, 1, 5, 3. Now in the ring is Class 25.
Here we get into some weights above the 250 threshold, and I think certainly still some nice differences here to talk about and set the tone for the show today. Although I might like her better as a breeding gilt, I'm going to go ahead and use the red belted gilt to win the class. Just one that I think is really correct and embodies that complete image that we're going to be looking for throughout the day today. Still one that to me is very compositionally correct in terms of being at the right fat thickness and still having an adequate amount of muscle. Does she give up a little bit of mass to some others, especially the Red Hog in second? Sure, but if you study her at her foundation and the way she sets and travels, just really complete and functional female that's still got the right type of carcass merit to hit the cooler with some economic value. As you come into second, certainly love the power and mass in this red barrel. He's really wide-based and big top, probably most impressive as you see him going from behind. Just a barrow, though, that with that extra muscle, he's not hooked up quite as correct, especially in the way he sets and travels off his rear leg. I'd like to see him just reach and travel more correctly and attractively off of that rear leg. But a hog, you certainly got to appreciate the power and still relatively good build and makeup in that hog. As we come out into third, we've got a hog that's interesting if she ever just gets out and goes. She's got a lot of stretch and reach to her, still big-footed and heavy in her structure, just really tentative in her step, and she never really just picks herself up and goes and looks good. But she's one that's a little flatter in her rib cage, a little bit more off in her hip structure, and just one that never gets out and travels with the type of comfort that I'd like to see relative to your top pair. I think the Berkshire appearing gilt that comes in fourth is certainly more comfortable in motion. I appreciate that about her, but she's one that's pretty high and tight in her spine, and I think if you really study her, she's the lightest muscled hog in the class that just needs to be pulled apart all the way through her skeleton to move up in the lineup. Please congratulate those exhibitors here in Class 4 of your bred and owned division. Another nice group to sort through.
Now entering the ring, Class 26. Results for Class 25. First place, Liam Hartner. Second place, Grant Anthony. Third place, Molly Miller. Fourth place, Chelsea Riley. In your program, 3, 2, 1, 4. Now in the ring is Class 26.
as we get into some of these heavier weight brackets, I think it's a little harder to keep them really well put together and still good in terms of their composition, in terms of muscularity and still correctness of fat cover. I think the young lady's black belted gilt does that the most completely in this group. She's going to have your class winner today. One that I think still correct enough in her skeletal build and design and comes at you with enough power and mass and body shape, but yet I still think she's adequate in terms of her fat cover, and a gilt that I think just gives you a good look from the side and gets out and goes with some comfort. The blue butt, or a tricolored hog that comes in second's a little taller at the point of shoulder, a little bigger outlined, and I think just a skosh leaner at her 10th, but a gilt that to me just also flattens a bit more through her center and lower rib, a gilt that's not quite as good in her hip and rear leg structure, just one that's not quite as complete from the side. The young man's white gilt that comes in third, certainly still one that's pretty practical and I think is not devoid of muscle by any stretch, but she just gets a little plainer in her shape down her top and out of her hip. She comes at you pretty narrow up front and wants to get pretty flat in her feet. I'd like to just pick her up there in her pastern, and that'd maybe help her in terms of her build, but she also sets a bit outside of herself out of her hock as well. I still much prefer her structural build and body type to the gilt that comes in fourth. This gilt in fourth is likely the most powerful hog in the class, really big topped and thick ended, just one that doesn't put it together enough with her skeleton in my opinion. I'd like to just soften her back in her flank and give her some more doability, as well as just get her out with more comfort on either end of her skeleton. The Duroc gilt that comes in fifth, for those of you that prefer the structure side, she's one that could rival any in the class. I just think she maybe is where I draw the line of not having enough muscle. In a market hog division, I love the build she's got, but it's easier to move good when you don't have a lot of muscle, and she's one that's just pretty disappointing down her top, not powerful enough from behind to match up with those bigger, heavier muscle hogs ahead of her. The gilt that rounds out the class, certainly one with some cutability advantage, probably going to open up a bigger eye than the Duroc ahead of her, but a gilt that's just too harsh in her body type and hard doing and tight off either end of her skeleton to move up in the lineup. Please congratulate those exhibitors in your heavyweight class. A nice set there to short through.
Results for Class 26. First place, Molly Miller. Second place, Jake Harris. Third place, Jake Harris. Fourth place, Peyton Harris. Fifth place, Quinn Hartner. Sixth place, Meredith Miller. In your program, 4, 3, 1, 6, 5, 2. Now in the ring is Class 27. Following this, we will have the selection of our bred and owned champions.
As we get into our heaviest weight class in your bred and owned division, certainly we're up in the right bracket for me of where we need to still be commercially relevant. And you know, much like on the cattle side, for those of you ringside that are cattle people, we're feeding a lot of cattle to 1,500 pounds plus and needing to maintain some cutability at that weight. On the hog side in commercial finishing barns, we need to be able to eclipse 300 pounds and still stay right in terms of composition. So I don't consider any of these pigs out of bounds when they're in the 290s or 270s. But these pigs have done a good job of staying put together in terms of build and still relatively correct in their composition. Of those three, though, I think the one that's certainly the most impressive, both from the stand back as well as when you get on top of it, is the young lady's broken belted black gilt. She's going to be your class winner here in your heavyweight division. One that not only from a quality and power standpoint, I think just sets the tone for this class. Is she the biggest bellied one in here? No. To me, she's certainly adequate in her rib and mass, and I think she's a notch leaner than either of the two gilts that follow her. The young man's gilt that mistakenly showed in the earlier class is the one that's going to end up second here. I think of these two litter mates or presumable litter mates, she's just a notch leaner. She comes at you a little bigger bladed and wider up front, one that I think is just a little more compositionally correct than the young man's dark-eared red belt that's a little bit fatter but a little heavier. This is still a pretty nice gilt here to fall into the third slot. Certainly a good kind of commercial-oriented hog, just one that's a little bit softer, a little plainer in her feature, and that's what sorts her down into the third hole. Let's congratulate these exhibitors in this heavyweight bred and owned division.
Results for class 27. First place, Molly Miller. Second place, Liam Hartner. Third place, Liam Hartner. In your program, 3, 1, 2. Now in the ring will be all of our first place bred and owned class winners for the selection of our champion bred and owned.
As we bring all of our bred and owned class winners back out here, I think you guys have something to be proud of, that you've got a really good bred and owned division, and what is getting harder and harder to do is raise your own in your respective counties. There's a lot of animals that are probably coming from other areas, but certainly a testament to the swine breeders in this area for having a lot of quality and good showmen to get out here and drive them. I'm going to go out here and select your champion. I think one that I guess just fits what I'm going to be looking for throughout the day in terms of combining performance and carcass merit with still the structural build and attractiveness that we need to see in the show ring. I think it's important to remind everybody ringside that I think to be a good commercial or to be a good show pig, you've got to be a good commercial hog first. And I think each of these pigs that we've got as class winners could do that at their respective weight divisions, and I think that's really important here in the show ring. Your champion in your bred and owned division today is driving right in front of me. This young lady is going to have your champion.
Our champion bred and owned market hog is exhibited by Molly Miller.
As we bring your second place market hog out of your heavyweight class, another one that comes in here to contend with your other class winners here in your bred and owned division. Kind of picked on her in class for a few areas we'd like to change, and I think I'd like to go back to the other broken belted gilt that's out here driving in the ring as your reserve champion bred and owned. I think the young lady that won the division's showing that one as well, and glad she brought a nice pair of hogs here in your bred and owned division. But let's put our hands together for all of your class winners in the bred and owned division. Once again, that's really impressive to see as many out here that are born and bred in this county. Appreciate that for the breeders and the exhibitors.
Reserve champion, bred and owned market pig is also exhibited by Molly Miller. Congratulations. Okay, we have finished our bred and owned division. Who was paying attention earlier and knows what division we're going to do now? Where are we going to go next? Nobody knows? Pairs. Very good, Miss Cheryl Hoff. You are the wiener. You get to come in the show ring with a board. No? Okay. All right. So we are going to start our market pig pair division, but we're going to start with class 32. We're going out of order. So class 32, market pig pairs. Get yourselves checked in and come on into the ring, please. After class 32, then we will go back to class 30. Pay attention and look alive.
We had a few write-in pairs come in. So for those of you ringside that are unaware of what we're doing right now, this is your pair show or your pen of two division, and we're looking at both quality and consistency. And so of these hogs, I think the two barrows that we've got driving out the ring right now that are heading towards the exit gate, hopefully, that's opening back up. These are the two that to me are the highest quality and most consistent pair. I think they're both built very well, high quality in terms of their look and build and structure, yet still powerful and fresh in their appearance. A really nice pair to lead off this class. Look forward to seeing some of those hogs later in the show today. I think it maybe gets a little bit tougher between second and third. The two hogs that come out next, Berkshire appearing hogs, we've got a barrow and a gilt, but ones that I think are both built with a ton of carcass merit and power, still get around really well, just not quite as attractive or as extended and high quality as your class winners. Coming out in third are two really powerful hogs that were late entries to this class, ones that maybe just aren't quite as uniform in their look as the two that preceded them, and probably the one barrow that just gets a little bit round out of his hip and stiff off his rear leg for me. But I think a pair that you certainly got to appreciate the power and still compositional correctness in those two, just maybe not quite as good in their structure, especially when we get them in motion. Coming out in fourth is a pair of hogs that I think are very consistent in their type, ones that still are going to hit the rail with some power and some carcass merit, ones that need some more body mass and practicality, in my opinion, just a little bit harsher in their type and rounder in their hip and rear leg structure. Coming out in fifth is a pair of white hogs that were late entries as well. These two hogs are pretty uniform in their look, but to me they're also uniformly narrow. I'd like to see more mass and power in both of these Yorkshire appearing hogs. They just need pulled apart all the way through their skeleton to move up in their lineup. And the two belted hogs that round out the class probably have a shot more power than the Yorks that preceded them, but one that's a little heavier in his fat cover and still pretty light muscled, and I think they're probably the least uniform in their look of the pairs class. So that's just a breakdown of how this pairs class went. We might not break down every class as in detail, but these guys are vying for the opportunity to be at the top of the sale order after the champion and reserve champion market hog. Certainly an opportunity to gain some extra sale premium. So let's congratulate those exhibitors in your first pen of two division.
Okay, now entering the ring will be class 30, our middleweight market pig pair class. Results from class 32, first place, Owen Wise. Second place, Chelsea Riley. Third place, Mary Boswell. Fourth place, James Boswell. Fifth place, Michael Velasek. Sixth place, Quinn Hartner. In your program, 6, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5. Now in the ring is class 30, market pig pair.
Okay, here in our second class of Penna 2 pairs division, we'll go ahead and bring out the class winners. Really high quality pair that's going to start off this class. Certainly like to see both of these guys, maybe not as quite as uniform as maybe our class winners in the last class, but I think two really high quality individuals that don't have any real comparison in this class and at that end, and so they easily sort up to the top in my opinion. The belted hogs that come in second, probably a little bit more uniform pair. That's fine. We're just going to hold them back so that for a selection of your champion pairs at the end of the next class. These two belts that come in the next, I think, do the best job after that class-winning pair in terms of quality and carcass merit and structural composition. Just ones that probably don't have quite the extra look and build and skeletal strength of your top pair. Coming in third, it's a pair of hogs that I think match up nicely with those. They probably fall a little bit short in terms of power and mass. This white hog we talked about in class, I think although these guys are litter mates, white hog needs to be a little bit better off of his front two. Just like to see those guys pulled apart, a little bit more correct in their skeleton. To round out the class, we've got a pair of big scaled, extended kind of hogs that just don't have the quality as we have in some of the higher up ones in this pairs division. Let's congratulate those exhibitors in your middleweight class, Penna 2. One more class here in your pairs division.
Now entering the ring will be class 31, market pig pairs, the heavyweight class. Results for class 30, the middleweight market pig pairs. First place, Dylan Montgomery. Second place, Molly Miller. Third place, Jake Harris. Fourth place, Kennedy Nelson. In your program, 2, 3, 1, 4. Now in the ring is class 31, market pig pairs. Following this, we will have the selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion pairs of market pigs, and then there will be a quiz to see what division we're going to go to next. So be ready. Start studying. Just a reminder, following this, we will have the selection of our champion pairs. So if you are a first place pair class winner, you need to be to ringside, and second place should be on standby.
We might should have thought of that already. Okay, here in our heaviest weight division of our pen of twos class, we'll go ahead and bring out the belted hogs going to win this class. We're going to loop them around and get them in a pen for the overall division. Once again, just I think a pair of really high quality, yet still pretty consistent hogs, even though we got a barrow and a gilt in this division. Just ones that to me stand out in terms of quality and power and carcass merit. Just a really nice pair to start off this class. That being said, I don't want to be too critical of anything in this group because I think all 5 exhibitors in this class are a pretty nice set of pairs. But there are some differences, and that's what I'm here to sort through today. I'm going to go ahead and use the Yorkshire appearing or predominantly white hogs in second. I think they most closely match your class winner. We will parade them and then take them back to the pen, just to make sure you guys don't get falling asleep in the pen there or anything. A pair of white hogs that come out next, I think most closely match up with your class winners in terms of having the extra scale and performance and build, along with some carcass merit. Ones that I think are pretty darn correct for their breed. Certainly like to change them in a few places, and that's maybe why they don't quite match up in terms of consistency and skeleton with the top pair, but a nice pair that I think you could go to the cooler with a ton of power and performance. The belted littermate gilts that come out next, these red belts, saw them in the bred and owned division. Certainly some high-performing, fast-gaining types of hogs, just ones that probably a little plainer in their feature, a little narrower constructed underneath, but you like the skeleton, you like the build, you like the growth rate in these guys. Follow them up with their littermate barrows. Let's go ahead and bring those red-belted barrows out next. I don't know that they have quite the scale and leanness of their gilt counterparts, but certainly have the power and probably come at you a little bit wider up front. You appreciate the extra dimension in that guy. But ones that are a little quicker and earlier in their maturity pattern, and as a result, a little bit further down the lineup. The Durocs that are going to round out the class, appreciate the extra scale and extension in these guys. Ones that I think are leaner than the barrows that preceded them. However, just a pair that are a little off quality, ones that probably don't have the skeletal width and muscularity of the top 4 exhibitors in this class. Please put your hands together for your heaviest weight division of your pairs show. We'll look forward to sorting through the top 3 for your champion and reserve.
Now in the ring will be all of our first place market pig pair class winners for the selection of our grand champion pair. Results from class 31, first place, Nolan Wise. Second place, Wyatt Ridgely. Third place, Liam Hartner. Fourth place, Hartley Prime. Fifth place, Hayden Brendel. In your program, 1, 4, 5, 2, 3. And now in the ring is a selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion pairs of market hogs. Following the selection of our pairs, we will finally go back to page 1 and start with our exhibition classes with class 19.
Well, as we get our 3 class-winning pairs back out here, obviously we've got a little bit of weight differences between them, but I think we've got a lot of quality in each of these pairs. Just as a reminder, we're looking at quality as well as consistency between the two, and I think we've got a nice set of 3 pairs out here that certainly represent what we're going to see the rest of the day extremely well. As we get out here and split some hairs between them in terms of where we might be looking to, I'm going to go ahead and select the hogs over here to this side as your champion Pen of 2 or pairs division. Congratulations. Yep. Let's give them a big round of applause. We're going to bring second in out of that class to select a reserve champion Pen of 2, but certainly want to congratulate all these exhibitors.
I'll be back.
Well, I appreciate our second place from that class coming back out here to be evaluated for reserve. I'm going to go back to the belted hogs in this corner for your reserve champion, Pen of 2. 2 really powerful hogs that I think are in the right weight class and still compositionally good. And we lost a pair of pants in the process, but we got a nice reserve champion Pen of 2 division. Let's congratulate all of your pairs division winners tonight. Good way to start off the Market Hog Show as we transition over to that side of the show ring.
Congratulations to Dylan Montgomery, Grand Champion pair of Market Hogs, and Nolan Wise with the Reserve Grand Champion pair. All right, I need everybody to turn back to the first page of classes. And we are going to start with class 19. Exhibition class number 1. Class 19 into the ring.
Well, despite these pigs being underweight, they're a good test for our ring help to make sure they know how to work a board and are ready for the rest of the day. These hogs maybe needed to spend a little less time running and more time in the feed pan to get them up to some relevant weights to be able to make sale accessibility. But there's still some quality in this class. I'm going to go ahead and use this blue butt gilt right in front of me as your class winner. I think she's the most correct in her build and body type and mass for her weight, one that I think leads off this class nicely. I'll go to the young lady's broken belted gilt in second. A little bigger skeleton, one that's taller at her shoulder and certainly has plenty of power. I think her, like several of the gilts that follow, just need to be a little better in their flank and body type. We'll go ahead and let third out. A gilt that kind of matches up with the one in second, albeit probably a little bit stouter in her bone work. A gilt, though, that to me just also a little high and dry in her flank, too tight hinged in her motion out of her hip, and just needs to be bigger in her kind. Coming out next is a bigger scaled kind of gilt, but probably the one that maybe that hits you the hardest as being a little too harsh in her flank and needs more belly. Just a gilt that strikes me as pretty harsh in her type. Coming out next is a young man's gilt that's a little better in her build, leveler designed, better in her flank. She just needs more muscle. She's probably the narrowest skeleton gilt in the drive. Just need to see her with more product in her, especially to go to a heavier weight with some carcass merit. As we keep on moving down the line, we've got a pair of hogs here that might have just a nickel more muscle than the gilt that preceded them, but ones from a balance and build and design standpoint leave more to the imagination. Just like to see them a little bit more correct and attractive as well as more powerful all the way through. Please congratulate those exhibitors in your first class of exhibition. We've got two more before we get to hogs that are eligible for sale. Thank you.
Now entering the ring, Class 20, Exhibition Class number 2. Results for Class 19. First place, Katerina Augustin. Second place, Peyton Harris. Third place, Savannah Glover. Fourth place, Haley Simmons. Fifth place, Gabriel Augustin. Sixth place, Haley Simmons. Seventh place, Alexander Augustin. In your program, 6, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 3. Now in the ring is Exhibition Class 2, Class 20.
Hopefully the heavier the pigs get, the easier it gets on our ring helper, or we might lose one or two of them here tonight. So hopefully they're all up for the long haul. But we appreciate having them here, keeping things moving, and doing a great job here today, getting hogs in and out and keeping them from fighting. Here in our second class of exhibition, it pretty easily sorts himself to the top with the young lady in the FFA jackets, Black Barrow. He's just the best build hog in this class. Just wish he was bigger and eligible for sale, because that's a pretty nice hog. That one that you like his build and design, and still one that has some power all the way through. I think a nice hog to start off this class pretty easily. After that, I come back to this belted gilt in second. One, you certainly like her power up high, and as she goes away, just a little tighter in her skeleton and her spine than the barrow that wins the class. Maybe not quite as agile in motion, but a gilt that I think matches up with him pretty well in terms of power and still some attractiveness. Coming in third, young man's white gilt, one that's still got some cutability and some muscle to her. A gilt that to me is just a little too flat and dry in her rib, a little harsh in her body type, one that just strikes you as a little harder keeping, harder doing kind of a gilt. Coming out next is a barrow that's probably got a shot more muscle, and I appreciate that in this white barrow that comes, a barrow that throws you off in terms of quality because of his belly rupture, one that, if he can make it to some heavier weights, I think he's got some carcass merit, just a hog that from a build and design standpoint is pretty conventional. Coming in fifth, I think, is the hog that's compositionally the most concerning, not only probably the lightweight barrow in the class, but easily the fattest and lightest muscled, and one that needs to sort down on that behalf. Please put your hands together for Class 2 exhibition hogs as we sort through your third class.
Now entering the ring, Class 21, Exhibition Class 3. Results for Class 20, first place, Caitlin Spicer. Second place, Rhett Musselman. Third place, Rhett Musselman. Fourth place, Caden Simmons. Fifth place, Austin Bagwell. In your program, 3, 2, 5, 1, 4. Now in the ring is Class 21.
Here in our last class of exhibition hogs, again, these are pigs that are under sale weight, and so we're evaluating them as prospect hogs here today that need to go on to a heavier weight to be commercially relevant. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's barrow that's driving right in front of me as your class winner. He did a good job in showmanship earlier today, and he's back out here doing a good job again. Got a barrow that likes to cover some territory, so he gets his exercise with him. But I think a barrow that's built pretty good, just needs to be bigger in his kind and more filled out. But a hog that's built right, still got some muscle and some power. The young lady's barrow in second. I think if you just weight him up across the scales, and that's the reason you're sorting him up, he probably needs to win. He's the heaviest boned. He's probably the heaviest muscle one in the class. When he's standing still, you like him pretty well from a build standpoint. This guy's really screwed up, though, down at his foundation, though his feet just aren't quite right. He's too flat in his feet. He's pretty twisted up down there, and you can see he's just not real comfortable when you get him in motion. I'd just like to see him get out and go better to rival the class winner because I like the extra performance and power that he's got. Coming in third, this tricolored hog's one that's got some extra stretch and probably a little more comfortable in motion than the barrow that precedes her. She, to me, though, just strikes you as one that's a lightweight. She's just not done yet. She's not filled out enough. One that's a little too harsh and flat in her rib and high in her spine. As we keep on moving down the line, the young lady's black hog that comes out in fourth, a barrow that, or actually, you guys had it right, actually. You were fourth, young lady. Blue hog that comes out in fourth, probably one that's a little harsher in his body type, but a little more powerful hog. Plenty of extension and leanness in this hog. Just one that's a little rougher in his look and drier in his flank. The young lady's barrow that comes out in fifth is a little more practical in his body type. I just struggle to see how much real muscle this guy in fifth comes out and has. He's pretty unthrifty in his appearance and just one that's pretty nondescript in his muscle shape. I just like to see him with more shape and power all the way through. The young man's gilt that rounds out the class, lightest muscled hog in the class and probably the lightest weight as well. Just need to see more power and performance in that one to move it up in the lineup. Please congratulate those exhibitors in class 3 of your exhibition hogs. I look forward to sorting up to your sale weight hogs next.
Results for class 21. First place, Bradley Bowden. Second place, Elena Neufeld. Third place, Mary Boswell. Fourth place, Abby Nelson. Fifth place, Anya Neufeld. Sixth place, Luke Neufeld. Now we're gonna start our individual market classes with the Berkshire division with class 35. Class 35 into the ring.
Okay, thank you, Ring Help. As we get transitioned into our breed show, now that we're up to some sale-eligible weights of 235 and above, nice class of Berks to start the day, and I think we've got a nice pair out here to lead off, but certainly depends on where you put your preferences for your decision. I think we've got 4 hogs in this class that have enough muscle. To me, The gilt that's driving right in front of me is easily the most correct of those four in her skeleton and her build. She's going to be your class winner here in this lightweight Berkshire division. Certainly not the most powerful one in this class. I think that probably goes to the young lady's barrow or gilt in second. I just like to see this gilt in second hooked up a little bit better in terms of how she comes out of her top line and especially out of her right rear hip. A gilt that's still just pretty tough moving and runs downhill from the side, but you got to love her power and mass. Coming out in third, probably the other hog that you really like from a carcass merit standpoint. Substance of bone's really good. A gilt that to me is pretty upright in her blade, pretty high in her spine, and tight in her hip. Just a pair of gilts there that you love the power. I just wish they could handle it a little bit better when we get them in motion because they were a little bit more massive than the gilt that wins the class. To round out the class, the lightweight in this group, just one that to me probably gives up the most dimension, and she shares some of the same problems with the gilts in second and third in terms of skeleton. Just like to pull her apart and maybe make her more flexible off each end and add some weight to her altogether. Please put your hands together for our first class of Berkshire hogs.
Results from class 35. First place, Chelsea Riley. Second place, Caitlin Hill. Third place, Chelsea Riley. Fourth place, Eric Roth. In your program, 4, 3, 1, 2. Now entering the ring is class 36. Class 37 may come to ringside.
Here in our second weight break of our Berkshire division, we've got a mostly barrow class out here, and I think at this weight, oftentimes it's tough in the Berkshire breed to stay lean and expressive and good in terms of carcass merit, unless you're a gilt. And the gilt does that better in this class than their barrow counterparts. She's the bigger skeleton, she's the leaner, more expressively made kind of a gilt that's still flexible enough. I think her skeleton advantage as well as her extra carcass merit suits her to the top pretty easily, and she'll be your class winner. The young man's barrow that comes in second, I think that hog just keeps himself together relatively well compared to his contemporaries. He might be the biggest hipped hog in the class, and I appreciate that extra mass he's got going away from you. Just still one that's a little more compact and earlier in his maturity pattern than the gilt that precedes him. However, I think he still gets out and goes off his rear leg way more acceptably than the barrow in third. This barrow in third, I think, compositionally has some advantages over the barrows in fourth and fifth. but he's pretty wrong in his skeleton, a little too upright in his blade and straight in his hip. Just to gotta see him get out and move more comfortably to match up with the carcass merit he's got. Coming out in fourth, a young man's barrow that's built more correctly from the side, a little leveler design and more comfortable in motion, but I don't know that he's perfect in his own right. And when he's coming at you and going away from you, just a lot narrower constructed, a little more bark on this guy. He's a little off in terms of composition relative to the hogs ahead of him. We round out the class with a barrow that might be just a little bit more comfortable in motion, but he's also the lightest muscled hog in the drive and still one that's got some cover on him. I think he rounds down to the bottom pretty easily in this class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors in heat number 2 of your Berkshire hogs. We look forward to your heavier weights classes.
Now entering the ring, class 37. Results for class 36. First place, Chelsea Riley. Second place, J.B. Brown. Third place, Eric Roth. Fourth place, Daniel Franz. Fifth place, Jake Martin. In your program, 5, 2, 1, 3, 4. Now entering the ring is class 37.
Here in our next weight division up, we'll keep things moving as we get these hogs penned. But the young ladies barrow driving out in front of me in the middle here is going to be your class winner. And I think just in this class, one that really fits the bill in terms of look and balance, still having some skeletal correctness. I'd like to maybe change the way he's built from hock to ground, but he's one that gets around relatively well, and his freshness and look and extra muscle shape and leanness up high gives him the edge in this class. The young lady's barrow that ends up in second might be just a notch more powerful in terms of width and mass up high, but he's a barrow that's a little plainer in his build and a little more upright in his blade and knee. A barrow that's not a perfect one structurally himself and a little bit more past 12 o'clock in terms of fat cover. Coming in third, though, the young man's barrow, if you can let yourself out. The barrow that comes out third, a little bigger skeleton kind of a hog, one that to me just pretty plain and nondescript in his top shape, a hog that disappoints me a little bit in terms of true skeletal width and mass relative to the top two hogs in this class. The young lady's barrow that rounds out the class, I think one that probably is just the most incorrect in his composition, a hog that's got some extra cover on him, probably lacking some fat, some extra muscle, and one that I'd just like to change in his build and design. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors in Class 3 of your Berkshire Hogs. We got one more class, and then we'll be picking for champion.
Now entering the ring is Class 38. Results for Class 37. First place, Riley Trotman. Second place, Chelsea Riley. Third place, Michael Patrick. Fourth place, Allison Wheeler. In your program, 4, scratch, 1, 3, 2. Now in the ring is Class 38. Following this, we will need all of our first place Berkshire class winners to ringside and second place class winners on standby.
Here in our heaviest class of Berkshires, I think we've got a nice top pair that contrast in type. I know I've been one to be really picky on structure and build, and I think both of these guys do that relatively well. I think of the two, though, the one that's just got the extra power at this heavy weight is the young lady's barrow that's right in front of me. She's going to have your class winner out here. I'd certainly like to clean him up in his neck and his front end a little bit. I think the gilt has the extra pieces of look from the side, but there's just so much more real power and skeletal width in this barrow that wins the class. The young man's gilt that's in second. Love the extra skeleton in her, the substance she's got underneath her. I just don't read her quite as genuine in her mass. She's one that's a little more disappointing down her top, and especially going away from you as she gets a bit closed in at her hocks. But you love the build in her from the side and the extra substance she's got. I think there's a big gap between second and third. The young man's barrow in third is one that's still got some muscle to him. He's one that, when you study him, though, in motion, just build and correctness is a far cry from your top pair. He gets pretty high in his chine and off in his skeleton and just lacks some of the extra muscle that we had in our class winner. The young man's hog that rounds out the class, probably a little leveler in his design and better out of his front third. A barrow, though, that to me is the most compositionally incorrect in the class. Just like to see him with more muscle shape and less fat cover to rival the hogs higher in the class. Put our hands together for those guys in our heaviest weight class of Berkshire hogs. Really nice top pair there to sort through. Look forward to selecting for your champion in reserve.
Now in the ring, we need all of our first place Berkshire class winners for the selection of our champion, and we need second place class winners on standby for selection of reserve. Results for class 38, first place, Ava Brendel. Second place, Grant Anthony. Third place, Eric Roth. Fourth place, Hunter Patrick. In your program, 4, 1, 3, 2. Now in the ring will be the selection of our champion and reserve champion, Berkshire.
as we bring our 4 class winners back out here for selection of champion Berkshire, I think it really orients you back to the heavyweight division as the one of the deepest classes that we had out here. The young lady's bearer that comes back out from that heavyweight class just overpowers the other hogs in the drive, and certainly appreciate just the added mass and body that that hog has relative to the other class winners. Young lady in the corner. I think it gets a little tougher as we get to selecting for reserve, as each of the hogs we've got remaining out here have some places that you'd like to change them. I think if we go back to that heavyweight class, I know the gilt that was in second gave up some of the power of our champion, but she made up for it in some other areas. The extra build and stretch in this gilt with her look from the side, she'll be your reserve champion, Berkshire Market Hog. Please put your hands together for all your Berkshire exhibitors as we move on to the next breed.
Congratulations to Ava Brendel with her champion Berkshire and Grant Anthony with his reserve champion. We'll now move to our Duroc division with Class 39. May come on into the ring. Class 39 to the show ring.
driving them, guys. Show them. Here in our first class of Durocs, we've got two barrows still driving out here that are your first and second. The young man directly in front of me is going to have the most powerful hog in the class, and he's going to win the class. One that's got some extra length and power and freshness to him. One maybe like to change him just a little bit when we get him in motion, but I think that can be said of many of the hogs in this class. And the young man's hog in second, a little bit more correct there, but one that's not quite as powerful from behind, a little bit softer in his flank. The hog that comes out in third, young man's gilt, a little higher cutability type of hog that's got probably the most expression of muscle up high. She's one, though, that to me gets a little upright in her knee, she's a little harsh in her flank and flatter in her rib. She, too, is one that could be changed off of her hip and rear leg structure. That being said, I think the gap in carcass merit and compositions between third and fourth, go ahead and let your barrow on out, young man. The barrow that comes out in fourth, probably just a little leveler in his design than the gilt that precedes him, but one that I'd just like to see him more pulled apart and more massive all the way through, leaves you a little bit disappointing from behind. The young lady's hog that rounds out the class, another one too that we'd like to see pulled apart more in his skeleton with a bit more mass and shape up high, probably the one I'd like to change the most in his build off of his rear leg as well. Please congratulate those exhibitors in Duroc class number 1.
Now entering the ring, class 40. Results for class 39. First place, Elijah Honkovsky. Second place, Noah Honkovsky. Third place, Grant Tomanek. Fourth place, J.B. Brown. Fifth place, Katerina Augustin. In your program, 3, 2, 4, 5, 1. Now in the ring is class 40. Class 41 may come to ringside.
Here in our second class of Durocs, I think you got a pair of barrows that sort up to the top pretty easily, and depending on your preference, you can maybe go different ways with them. I think this guy that's driving in front of me, though, just got too much power to look past. He's one that we saw in the bred and owned division, really big topped and thick-ended barrow that still gets around and goes pretty good. I'd like to change maybe the way he wheels off of his rear legs a little bit, but I think he's still comfortable enough in motion and still level in his design and build, and easily the most powerful hog in this class. The young man's barrow that comes in second, I think, gives you some look from the side. He's probably a little more correct and attractive in the set and travel of his rear leg, but it's easier to do that when he needs more in the seat of his pants. He's one that just doesn't leave you near as impressive through the stifle and his lower ham, a hog that still maybe gets a little bit off in his top line when you really study him from the side as well, but a nice top pair there. The young man's gilt that comes in third, I think it's kind of a decision between third and fourth. Go ahead and let your pigs on out. This gilt that comes out in third's the higher performing, bigger skeleton animal that I think's more genuine in her composition and leanness. She's probably one that's pretty plain from the side and a little staler about her chine. A gilt that to me just doesn't really impress you in terms of look, but in terms of fundamentals, I think she's still okay. Relative to the Barra that's in fourth, I just like the fact that she's a little more genuine in her muscle shape up high, and as she goes away, a little more comfortable in the way she sets and reaches out of her front skeleton. Coming out in fifth is a young lady's gilt that I think is relatively comfortable in motion and deep in her body type, just one that leaves you lacking the most in terms of muscularity. She's probably the one that goes to the rail with the least carcass merit of the five. Please congratulate these exhibitors in class number 2 of your Duroc hogs. Another nice set to sort through.
Now entering the ring is class 41. Results from class 40. First place, Grant Anthony. Second place, Walker Whitehead. Third place, John Bell. Fourth place, Caitlin Spicer. Fifth place, Ansley Hartner. In your program, 4, 5, 2, 1, 3. Now in the ring is class 41. Class 42 may bring their pigs to ringside.
Okay, as we sort through our next class of Durocs and get the chance to talk about them now that we've got them all caged up properly, I think the clear thing to do in this class is to use the young man's gilt to win the drive. I think she sorts to the top pretty quickly, and he's done a good job. He knows he's driving a good one out here, and I appreciate him keeping patience with her because she's one that just really floats out here in the ring in terms of her levelness of design and correctness at her base. I think one that's still good in her body type and massive enough to me to still have the carcass merit needed to win this class pretty handily. The young lady's gilt that comes in second, I think the decision's probably between second and third. I'd like to see this gilt better at the top of her chine and blade. She's getting a little stale there. Probably not as pulled apart in her chest floor either, but a gilt that's more correct in her top line and balanced than the barrow in third. I think she hits the ground more correctly off either end and square. But a gilt that just one that to me is a pretty well balanced and complete individual, just maybe not the most exciting in any one area. The young lady's barrow that comes out in third gives her a run for her money because I think he's more impressive up top. He's a little more expressive from behind. Young lady, you can let your pig on out. He's one, though, that when you really study him in motion, I think he tends to break apart a bit more. He's a little less complete and a bit more problematic in motion off either end of his skeleton, but you do like the freshness and the extra power in that guy, and if you wanted to put him second because of it, I probably wouldn't argue with you. To me, he's just not hooked up correctly enough in his skeleton for me to use him in second. The light colored hog that comes out in fourth, I like the cutability and the extra shape in this gilt. To me, she's just a bit too harsh and flat in her rib, needs to be hooked up more correctly in her ham-loin junction to move up in the lineup as well. Young man's gilt that comes out next kind of shares some of those problems in the gilt that precedes her, maybe with a little extra depth of body. That said, she gives up too much dimension to move up. Young man's barrow that was playing Houdini for us for a little while. He's a big-scaled, high-performing kind of a hog that just needs more power and shape from end to end. The young lady's hog that rounds out the class is the one that I'd call the most compositionally questionable. This is the fattest hog in the class and one that needs more muscle shape and expression to move up in the lineup. Please congratulate those exhibitors in this class of Durocs as we keep on moving down the line.
Now entering the ring is Class 42. Results for Class 41. First place, Quinn Hartner. Second place, Kristen Spicer. Third place, Cora Brendel. Fourth place, Troy Heath. Fifth place, Gabriel Augustin. Sixth place, Parker Dowdy. Seventh place, Olivia Hartner. In your program, 4, 5, 3, 2, 6, 7, 1. Now in the ring is Class 42. Class 43 may come to ringside. While he is in the show ring, he might not even know it, but Mr. Jake Martin, hi Jake, hi, your pig gained 2.3 pounds per day, right? So that means your pig is the champion rate of gain. So congratulations. You'll get an extra ribbon here in a little bit.
Well, as we get up into some of these heavier weight classes, we're trying to keep them put together all right in terms of skeleton and build while still being right in their composition. The young lady's dark-colored gilt over in the corner is going to win this class. I think she does those things the most effectively, even if she's being a bit of a pain in the butt for our showman. Big-scaled, high-shouldered kind of a gilt that to me is still pretty fresh in her appearance. Maybe a little flatter in her body and flank than a couple of those further down the lineup, but I think she just really hooks up correctly in her skeleton and carcass. The barrow that comes in second, you might like his extra softness of rib and flank. I think some of that's just built by fat cover. He's a little too soft for me and a little past 12 o'clock in terms of fat cover, a little shorter coupled as well, but a barrow that I think still very practical, adequate in terms of muscle, and better structure than several of the hogs we've got further down the line. The young lady's hog that comes out in third, we got them penned in the wrong order. This is a bigger scaled, leaner gilt than the barrow that precedes her. I like that about her. To me, though, she's too flat in her rib and a little hooked up wrong off of her rear leg to really get her moved up in the lineup. I'd like to see her get out and move better off of her rear wheels and pull her apart to move her up. Next up, though, is a barrow that's maybe not quite as lean, a hog that's a little bit off in his own skeleton as well. Just ones that we'd like to see move better off both ends of their skeleton, although this guy's got a shot more power than some of those further on down the line. The young man's hog that wins the rate of gain division, certainly want to appreciate that. He's done a good job getting this hog on feed. As is often the case with some of the ones that grow the fastest, it's a little harder to keep their feet and legs together, and he's one that leaves a little bit more to the imagination for structure. I'd like to just see him be freer moving and more comfortable off either end of his skeleton, but a hog that I think is going to go to the cooler with some carcass merit, just one that needs more look and build. The young lady's hog that comes out next, if you like substance and length of body, he's a heavy boned hog that's pretty heavy constructed and level made. I just don't know if there's enough to him. He's one that leaves me a little bit too disappointing up high in terms of shape, or she does, and just needs to be pulled apart all the way through in terms of musculature. As we wrap on up, I think the hog that just maybe needs to be changed the most from a composition standpoint rounds out the class, one that just gets a little round and early in his maturity pattern and heavier in his fat cover. Please put your hands together for this second to last group of Durocs. We've got a heavyweight class to wrap up, and then we'll be selecting for your champion.
Now entering the ring is Class 43. Results for Class 42. First place, Kylie Bingham. Second place, Peyton Harris. Third place, Selah Hamkoski. Fourth place, Kristen Spicer. Fifth place, Jake Martin. Sixth place, Ansley Hartner. Seventh place, Hayden Brendel. In your program, 5, 4, 6, 2, 1, 7, 3. Now in the ring is Class 43. Following this, we need all of our first place Duroc class winners to the show ring for the selection of our champion Duroc, and second place class winners on standby for reserve.
Here in our heavyweight Duroc class, a little bit smaller group to sort through, and certainly some differences here at the top end. I don't know if there's a perfect hog in the class, but I think if we go back to the basics of keeping them compositionally right with carcass merit and still having some build and skeleton, the young man's gilt that's right in front of me does that the most effectively. He's going to have your class winner in this group. Just one that I think puts together the most pieces and the least problems and sorts up to the top relatively handily. A little bigger skeleton, higher performing barrow comes in second. Young man's doing a good job driving this barrow. He's just one, though, that I think when you really study him coming at you and going away, he's not quite as correct in terms of muscle. He's a flatter made, narrower constructed hog that's got a little bit more bark on him as well. I think if you want to just talk carcass merit, This young man's barrow in third probably rivals the class winner from that respect. I'd just like to change this umbilical hernia that he's got. That's one that, regardless of whether you're in the show ring or in the commercial side, you're going to get dinged pretty hard for that. But I think if you could clean him up there, that's a barrow that's got some really nice pieces that you might want to latch onto. That being said, there's just so much more product in that hog than the barrow that rounds out the class. This guy just needs to be more muscular and more pulled apart all the way through in order to move up in the lineup. Please put our hands together one more time for all of our Duroc class winners as we go out here to select for champion.
Results for Class 43. First place, Will Meyer. Second place, Wyatt Ridgely. Third place, Owen Wise. Fourth place, Hayden Brendel. In your program, 3, 1, 4, 2. Now in the ring will be all of our first place Duroc class winners for the selection of our champion Duroc. Second place class winners, please be on standby.
We've had a really big Duroc show out here today, and appreciate all of your Duroc exhibitors and your breeders in the county, as I know several of these are county born and raised as well. But I think as we get our class winners back out here, there's just one that probably trips my trigger the best in terms of most correct off either end of its skeleton and still good in terms of composition and build. The young man with the gilt right in front of me is going to have your champion Duroc individual. Please put your hands together for that young man.
Congratulations to Quinn Hartner with his champion Duroc. We now need our second place winner from that class. I believe was Kristen Spicer from class 42. Come on down. Following the selection of our reserve Duroc champion, we will move to the Yorkshire division.
That second place gilt comes in out of the class your champion came out of, and she's one that still fits in here nicely with your other class winners. I think we picked on her for being a little bit high on her chine and maybe not as pulled apart underneath, but a gilt that you sure like the way she's built from the side and still good in terms of her carcass merit. I think as you come back for reserve champion, the decision really comes down to some different types in here between the really powerful barrow driving right in front of me that we'd maybe change in his rear wheels a touch, or the big gilt out of your heavyweight division. If you think she's right enough in her body type, you like the extra power and extension she's got. I'm going to go back to the young man's barrow driving right in front of me. If I could just tweak his rear wheels a little bit, I think he gives your champion a run for its money. But that's a hog that you really like the extra power and mass and substance in. He'll be a reserve champion Duroc. Let's put our hands together once again for all of our Duroc exhibitors. Appreciate the ringside support for these young people out here tonight.
Congratulations to Grant Anthony, reserve champion Duroc. Now we're going to move on to our Yorkshire division. It's just more fun to say it that way, Yorkshire. So that's what I'm going to do. Now entering the ring, class 44, Yorkshire individual market pigs. Don't worry, I'm here all night. And tomorrow at the sheep show. Who's excited?
Here in your first class of Yorkshires, we've just got two head, and I'm going to use the gilt to win the class. I think she's one that's a little leaner and a little more correct in her skeleton down low, just one that gets around the ring more comfortably off either end of her skeleton. Sure like to pull her apart all the way through. I think that barrow might have a skosh more muscle when you really study him from behind, but he's one that I just need to change in his build, a pretty frail featured and straight off either end of his skeleton. Probably of the two, he's the one that's got a little more cover on him as well. Nice pair of hogs here to start off your Yorkshire show. Let's congratulate these exhibitors as they head out of the ring.
Results for class 44. First place goes to Michael Velasek. Second place, Darren Wilson. In your program, 2-1. Now entering the ring, class 45, Yorkshire. Class 46 may come to ringside. Yorkshires only. Thanks.
Here in our middleweight Yorkshire division, I think we've got two barrows that are relatively similar in their type. Both of them are better structured and a little better in terms of their fat cover than a couple of the hogs that in terms of correctness that follow. I'm going to go ahead and use the barrow that's over here to my far left. I think of the two, he's certainly better up through his front 1/3 of his body. He's cleaner in his jaw and more correct in his skull. A barrow that to me is just a little bit leaner when you really study him at his endpoints. I think the barrow that comes in second's certainly one that matches up with him in terms of practicality and still correct in his structural build. He's one that's got a little bit more fat down in his lower 1/3, not quite as attractive up through from his shoulder forward, but a pair of barrows there that are still relatively correct from end to end. The young man's gilt that comes in third is definitely the leanest in the class. You appreciate the extra cutability that she's got. Just one that to me isn't as good in her body type and needs to be changed off either end of her skeleton, as she's just a bit too tight and straight off either end. The young lady's barrow that rounds out the class, though, is the one that really is getting on the wrong side of the metrics in terms of composition. That's probably the fatter hog with the least muscle, and one that we'd still like to change in terms of build and design. Nice class here in your middleweight division. Let's put our hands together for those Yorkshire exhibitors.
Now entering the ring is Class 46. Results for Class 45. First place, Michael Velasek. Second place, Bradley Bowden. Third place, Weston Martin. Fourth place, Kaylee Brogan. In your program, 1, 3, 4, 2. Now in the ring is Class 46. Following this, we will have the selection of our champion and reserve champion Yorkshireshires. So we need all of our first place class winners to ringside.
You're first, buddy. Here in our heavyweight Yorkshire division, I think we've got a quality upgrade in this class, even though there's not a perfect one out here. But the young man's gilt that's driving directly in front of me is going to be your class winner. And I think she just hits you the most impressive off either end of her skeleton. She's just a really powerful gilt that's still shaped right and fresh enough down her top line and good in her body type. Down low, I'd like to change her at her surface. She just needs to get her toes pointed the right direction and her hock squared up a bit. But to me, she gets around acceptably well for all the power and build she has. I think a gilt that wins this class pretty handily. Between second and third, I think there's some differences out here. I go back to the extra carcass merit in this young man's barrow that's going to be second. Just a barrow that leaves you a little more impressive down his top and out of his hip. Even though I'd like to see him track out better off of his rear wheels, I think that's a problem shared by all three hogs in this class, and he's still one that's really fresh and expressive at this heavy weight. I appreciate that carcass merit in this guy. The barrow that rounds out the class, maybe compared to some in previous classes, he'd be one of the leaner ones, but to me, he's the hog that's probably got the least power in this class and maybe the least muscle shape. Plus, he shares those same rear leg structure issues as the barrow that precedes him, and we just like to change him in the way he gets out and goes, as he's pretty closed out in his hock and tight from hock to ground. Let's congratulate those exhibitors one more time in our heavyweight Yorkshire division. Look forward to picking your champion next.
Results for Class 46. First place, Wyatt Ridgely. Second place, Hayden Brendel. Third place, Charlie Brendel. In your program, scratch 2, 3, 1. Now in the ring, we need all of our first place class winners for the selection of our champion and reserve champion, Yorkshireshire.
as we get our 3 class winners back out here from a little bit smaller Yorkshire show, as you can tell from the mic, I think these guys all share some of the things we like about Yorkshires and maybe some problems, and that we could see a little more power all the way through this Yorkshire show, and I'd like to see them have a little bit more mass from behind. And I think the one that just does that by far the best in the show is this young man's gilt that came out of our heavyweight class. You can pick on her in a few places, but I think they're pretty much minutia relative to the big overarching focus of power and substance, and she really does that by far and away the best in this division and wins this Yorkshire show pretty easily for me. I think the decision really comes down to how you want to go in your reserve. I'm going to come back to that extra power and substance, I think, in the second place out of your heavyweight division. The young man here driving in front of me is going to be a reserve champion Yorkshire hog. But let's put our hands together for all of the class winners out here. I appreciate our Yorkshire showmen doing a good job, albeit being a little bit smaller than our Duroc show.
Congratulations to Wyatt Ridgely, champion Yorkshire, and Hayden Brendel, reserve champion. This concludes our Yorkshire division. Yorkshire Shires can only be found at the Howard County Fair, just so you know. You just had this very special privilege. Moving right along to our AOB, all other breeds. We're going to have class 47 into the show ring.
Here in our lightweight division, I've got a pair of Chesters that are going to sort up of the all other breeds class. I think the gilt of the pair is the one that's built to handle some heavier weights and still maintain some carcass composition, still pretty correct off either end of her skeleton. Sure, I'd like to make her a little bit more shapely and powerful to maybe compete with some of the others we've seen here today, but I think she does things the most correctly of the 4 we've got in this class. The Chester Barra that's going to be second, you certainly like his rib shape, and I think he's got some muscle to him. He's one, though, that gets a little wasty in his lower 1/3, a little plainer in his appearance. Just need to clean him up, especially down low, in order to see him compete with the gilt that wins the class. The young lady's spot gilt that comes out in 3rd, certainly a deep, practical kind of a gilt, one that to me, and we saw her in showmanship, a gilt, though, that to me just doesn't have enough real, genuine product in her to move up next to those Chesters, and just one that gets pretty plain in her appearance from the side. That said, I think you could come back to some cutability advantage in the young lady's landrace appearing gilt. She's one, though, that to me is just way too harsh in her body type and off in her rear skeleton in order to move her up in the lineup. That's kind of a contrasting bottom pair there to sort through, but a nice set to start off your all other breeds division. I look forward to your middleweight class in that breed next.
Now entering the ring is Class 48. Results for Class 47. First place, Rhett Musselman. Second place, Anthony Poston. Third place, Violet Bell. Fourth place, Charlotte Harrington. In your program, 4, 1, 3, 2. Now in the ring is Class 48.
Here in our middleweight division, all other breeds, we've got a pair of hogs that from a carcass merit standpoint and just general build and kind are the better two that need to sort up. Both of them have some things you'd want to change in their skeleton. And to me, the spot hog's just more correct in his general build and bone work. He's pretty tentative up front. Looks like he's got a stone bruise or something in his foot, but one that I think generally is just a little bit more correct in his joints and skeleton. He's one that's got some power and mass up high. Is he as good in his front 1/3 in the way his head carriage is? No. But I think the Hamp Barrow that comes in second certainly gives you a ton of power. You like the mass he's got up high. I just don't know that I can tolerate the way he's built in his hock and his rear skeleton. He's pretty flat-footed as well, and one that I'd like to see a bit stretched out more in his rib. But that's a pair of hogs that you can go either way on because you could change them both a little bit. Both of them need to be structured up a little bit better. Coming in third is a Chester White crossed hog that to me looks like it's got some extra extension over the hogs ahead of him. One that's still plenty lean and has some shape of muscle. Just one that's a little bit too off in his quality type. Pretty flat in his rib cage and disappointing when you get right up on top of him. He needs more loin, needs more mass from behind. I still think he's the leaner hog that's got a little bit more true muscle expression than the spot hog that rounds out the class. Just the plainest and most nondescript, most disappointing hog at the surface. Please put your hands together for your middleweight AOB hogs in this class. Look forward to sorting through our heavyweight division next.
Now entering the ring is Class 49. Results for Class 48. First place, Addison Ridgely. Second place, Grant Tomanek. Third place, Caitlin Hill. Fourth place, Anthony Poston. In your program, 3, 4, 2, 1. Following Class 49, we will need all of our AOB first place class winners into the ring for the selection of our champion, and we need second place class winners on standby.
Here in our heaviest weight class, we've got three just, I think, fundamentally better structured hogs than some of the ones we had in our middleweight division. Certainly, there's some differences between them, and at these heavier weights, keeping shape and freshness and still correctness of skeleton's important. I think this spotted hog does that the most effectively out here. This one just travels really comfortably off either end of his skeleton. He's a little plainer in his build. I think his color pattern kind of hurts him, but when you really study him, I think he's still correct enough in his fat cover and his muscularity, and just love the extra correctness of skeleton and look that he's got. I think he sorts up to the top of this class relatively handily. The Chester appearing hog that comes in second, I like the extra mass he's got through the center part of his ham. That's a really massive hog. I think he's a little more shapely up high as well. That's one, though, that to me is just a little too jammed up off either end, a little rounder in his hip and plainer in his overall look. And I think that hurts him a bit relative to the spot hog that wins the class. The young man spot barrow that comes in third, a little extra reach and stretch in that guy, a little taller shouldered than the Chester barrow in second. I think when you really study him, though, he flattens to the base of his shoulder, he flattens to his base overall, and just gives up muscle relative to the top two in this class. So he ends up in third. Nice top end here in our heavyweight class of AOBs. Next up, we're going to select for your champion AOB.
Now in the ring, we need our first place class winners for the selection of our AOB champions. Results for class 49. First place, Ava Brendel. Second place, Weston Martin. Third place, Cody Trotman. In your program, 2, 1, 3. Following the selection of our AOB champion and reserve champion, we will begin our crossbred division with class 50.
As we've got our class winners back out here in our AOB division, certainly some give and take between these classes in terms of what you're going for, but of the two that I think are in the right weight category to be commercially relevant, I'm going to go back to that heavyweight class winner, just one that I think is the most problem-free of the class winners out here today. Even if we'd like to see a little more shape and freshness up high in that barrow, I think that's one that's just a pretty problem-free hog that represents this division the most effectively. Please put your hands together for her.
Congratulations to Ava Brendel with her champion all other breed market hog.
As we bring your second place in out of your heavyweight division that we just talked about, certainly a powerful hog that's maybe a little rounder in his type than your class winner. I think, though, especially down at the ground, he's just getting around so much more comfortably than your middleweight class winner, who apparently injured himself a little bit earlier in the week. But I think that second place out of your heavyweight AOB division just does things the most correctly after our champion. He'll be your reserve champion in the AOB division. Let's put our hands together for this young man and his reserve champion.
Congratulations to Weston Martin, reserve champion for the All Other Breeds division. Moving right along to the crossbreed division with class 50.
Well, those of you that have stuck with us so far, appreciate your patience as we have working through a lot of other divisions, and now we're on to the biggest one in our crossbred division. Starting off here with a class of hogs that are, frankly, all too light, really, to be contenders here today, but we've certainly got some quality, and hopefully some of these are maybe going on to other destinations because there's some really good quality hogs in this class. I'm going to go ahead and use the tricolored gilt, though, to win the class. Young lady's been fighting him a little bit here. She's getting a little tired, but I think that's a really complete gilt that's really attractive in her build and skeleton, albeit a little smaller than I'd like to see. Hopefully she's got a future date down the road because she's one that's pretty cool in a lot of areas. Maybe just needs a little more stamina, if anything. The young lady's belted gilt that ends up in second, certainly one that's bigger in her kind and love her substance and her feet. Just one that I'd like to see a little bit softer in her center and lower flank. I'd like to hook her up a little bit differently in her rear skeleton, but that's a gilt that's got some really neat pieces to work on too. The young lady's gilt that comes out in third, probably a little squarer off her rear too and more powerful out of her hip, especially in her lower ham. She's one that's just a little more short coupled though and round in her hip up high. I'd like to see her that barrow just stretched out a little bit relative to a couple of the others higher up in the class, but you certainly got to like the power that one brings to the table. The young lady's hog that comes in fourth, probably one that's a little bit more correct just in terms of balance from the side than the barrow that precedes her, but she's one that just doesn't impress you with quite as much power at her foundation, and as she goes away, just gets a little bit short tracking off either end of her skeleton too. The young man's hog that comes out next, I like the extra stretch and reach that this girl's got. She's one, though, that to me, when you study her up front, she gets pretty flat and weak in her pasterns, a little too flat and dry in her flank. Just needs to be a little bit more practical in her body type and better off her front skeleton. Young man's barrow that comes out next, relatively complete hog. I don't think there's anything that just jumps out at you that's extremely problematic in this guy. He just needs a little bit more of everything. He needs a little more mass, a little more look, a little more skeleton, maybe change his rear wheels a touch to move up in the lineup. If we keep on going on down, the young lady's gilt that comes out next, certainly one that has some leanness and expression. Just need to see her with more down low. She needs pulled apart in her chest and more body and flank and doability to get to some heavier weights. The young man's barrow next is probably the most concerning compositionally of the ones we've discussed so far. This is a barrow that's got that extra body that I complained about in the gilt ahead of him. To me, though, he's a little fatter and a little lighter muscled, just not one with enough carcass merit and skeletal growth to get to some heavier weights. The barrow that comes out next, just one that's a little more conventional in his type and lacks the shape and look, and that's shared by the hog that rounds out the class that just needs more muscle all the way through. Nice class here of lightweight crossbreds. I look forward to getting into some heavier weights, but the quality sure started off good in this division.
Now entering the ring is Class 51. Results for Class 50. First place, Michaela Willie. Second place, Molly Miller. Third place, Anna Campanari. Fourth place, Abby Nelson. Fifth place, Grant Anthony. Sixth place, Daniel Franz. Seventh place, Natalie Davis. Eighth place, Wyatt Ridgely. Ninth place, Selah Hovkowski. 10th place, Cadence Simmons. In your program, 1, 7, 9, 8, 4, 3, 5, 6, 2, 10. Now in the ring is Class 51.
these lightweight classes are giving our ring help a workout. These pigs fight us a little bit more, but appreciate all their help. They've been doing a thankless job, and I want to make sure they get recognized because I'd be having a lot more trouble if I was having to do that for you while I tried to sort through these. So please put your hands together for our ring help. Some of them are moving a little bit slower than they were at the beginning of the show, so they got a few more crossbred classes to get through here. But we got two nice hogs here left out driving in this ring, and really a pretty good class from top to bottom. I think both of these hogs are doing things really well other than needing some extra weight on their frame. That being said, I still really like the barrow the young lady's driving. He's just pretty darn cool. I don't want to take anything away from the gilt in second. She just ran into a really good barrow that wins this class. Love his feet and his substance and his reach off either end. Really correct from all the way down his spine, and still one that leaves you with plenty of power. I just think that's a guy that I'd love to see another 30, 40 pounds on him to be competitive in this show, but that's a really cool hog for his weight. The young lady's predominantly black gilt in second. You like the extra belly and ribs she's got. She's probably got the advantage over the barrow in that regard. She's not quite as stout down low, and probably the place I'd like to change her is the way that she's hooked up in her ham-loin junction. She's just not quite as smooth and correct there as your barrow that wins the class. A nice top pair, though, to start off this nice class. Young man that comes out next, young lady that comes out next, that's right, we got them in the wrong order. This tricolored hog is one that certainly gives up some power relative to your top two, even maybe compared to the two that follow, but a gilt that's to me the most correct after your top pair and just build and design. I think she's still acceptable compositionally, but just one that probably if we wanted to change her, give her a shot more power. I think this barrow next is one that does have more muscle. I gave the tall young man a little bit of a hard time because he broke his whip, and he might have wanted to borrow one because half a whip is, I don't know if it's better than no whip at all. It's pretty tough to drive one with a short whip like that, but his barrow's got some muscle, and I think he's relatively good in his overall build. Just one that gets a little plain and a little more jammed up off either end. Just not one that has the look and attractiveness of some of the hogs ahead of him. The young lady's light-skinned belted barrow that comes out next really got tired on her and got pretty labored in his movement off of his rear wheels. I'd like to see him hold his spine together a little bit better, but a barrow that's still also got some power and some substance to him, even down in the fifth hole. Coming out next, young man's gilt, one of the faster ones in the class, and a gilt that you still like some compositional correctness in her and carcass merit. Just one that's a little flatter and more closed up underneath. Doesn't have maybe the look and correctness in terms of the top of his shoulder relative to some of those higher up. The late entry to the class is the gilt that's got some length and balance, just not enough muscle. As we keep on moving down, though, a couple barrows that I'd like to change in their build and design, as well as giving them more power in order to move them up in the lineup. Please put our hands together for our second class of lightweight crossbreds. Really nice barrow there to win the class.
Now entering the ring is Class 52. Results for Class 51. First place, Blair Heath. Second place, Kylie Bingham. Third place, Peyton Harris. Fourth place, Anthony Poston. Fifth place, Michaela Willie. Sixth place, J.B. Brown. Seventh place, Alexander Augustin. Eighth place, Mason Brogan. Ninth place, Caitlin Hill. In your program, 6, 3, 7, 8, 9, 2, 5, 1, 4. Now in the ring is Class 52.
Well, I know we've been blessed by better weather today. I know some of the pigs are still giving us a hard time. I'd hate to see what they'd be like if it was 95, so I guess we should still take that as a glass half full. But in this class, albeit a little bit smaller and still pretty lightweight, I think we got another really high-end one to start the class with the young man's white gilt driving in front of me. She's one that's certainly going to look good coming back out here for Champion Drive. Really attractive and well-balanced gilt that's still powerful and correct at her base. I think she wins this class going away. After that, I think this hog in second, albeit one that wants to be on the fight a little bit too much, just does the most things right after our class winner. Really heavy structured and tall fronted, still got some shape and mass up high. I'd like to see this one a little bit more correct in her center and lower body. She's not quite as practical there as the white hog that wins the class, but I think she's still correct enough and good enough in those other areas to be in second. The young lady's tricolored hog in third. This one, too, is a little bit too dry, and her flank and rib is probably a little more uniform in her body depth. A gilt, though, that to me just needs to be pulled apart all the way through her skeleton. She's got the shape, she's got the leanness, she's relatively good in her build, just one that's a little too closed up underneath to move up in the lineup. I think that the gilt that comes in out next has probably got some advantages in terms of lower body width, and I like that about her, and you can too if you'd like. To me, she's just a little plainer in her shape. She runs downhill from the side and gets a little off in her hip structure, one that I just like to pull apart a little bit relative to some of the others as well. That being said, I think the biggest gap in qualities between these the last two, this one's driving in front of me just needs to be more massive all the way through and more correct off her rear skeleton. And the blue-headed hog that rounds out the class is probably the one that I'd like to change the most from a carcass merit standpoint. At this 210 to 220 pound weight class, I'd like to see this guy more muscular and with a little less fat cover and more correct in his hock. Let's congratulate those exhibitors in class 3 of our crossbreds as we keep moving up into some heavier weights. I think a tough top pair here between two pretty good hogs, and if you disagree with me and switch the pair, I guess I'll listen to that. But I think there's some good give and take and some class advantages in each. I'm going to go ahead and use the black-headed barrow to win. I think if you can look past his color pattern, I think his color kind of hurts him a little bit. He doesn't have quite as much look and pizzazz maybe from the side as the young lady's belted hog. But I think when you really break him down, it's harder to pick holes in that guy. Comes at you with more chest floor and more base width up front. I think he's hooked up better in his upper hip and set and travel of his rear legs a little more correct. He's maybe just not quite as flashy and exciting from the side as the young lady's gilt in second. And if you like that about her, I certainly won't fault you any because she's pretty cool, and I think she's still acceptable in her structure. To me, though, as you read her down low, she just flattens a bit more to the base of her chest. She's a little more disappointing in her lower hip and ham. When you combine that with a few of those other little tweaks that I'd make in her, I guess those are the things that slide her into the second hole in a good top pair. Coming out in third, the young man's broken belted gilt, just not quite as attractive as those top two. Maybe just doesn't catch your eye quite as fast. A little rougher haired, not quite as good in its skin and hair coat, but I think just generally a good gilt in her own kind. She's one that's got some power, got some top shape, still relatively correct in terms of her skeleton. Maybe not quite as good down in her lower rib and flank, but I think a gilt that still fits into a nice third slot in this class. The young man's gilt that comes in fourth, certainly one that I think you might like her a little bit better in a breeding gilt division. Really deep-bodied and practical ribbed. I think she's just kind of sowy in her build. That might hurt her a little bit in this market hog class, though, as she's a little plainer in her musculature. She's one that's a little narrower underneath and frailer in her bone. A nice, correct kind of a gilt there in the fourth hole. I think some quality drop-off comes next. The young man's gilt in fifth, just pretty harsh in her body type. A little drier in her flank, just kind of a harder doing gilt that's not as good and practical in her performance as the hogs in first through fourth. If we keep on moving down the lineup, the hog that comes out next, the young lady will be driving, kind of matches up as well in type. Being a big scaled, kind of a lean made gilt that just needs to be pulled apart down low and have more rib and body. She's one that just doesn't quite get out of her rear skeleton good enough for me. That being said, I think she's still more acceptable in her rear wheels than the young man's gilt that comes next. If we can change the rear skeleton of this gilt, I think she can move up a few spots because she's got some nice pieces to her. To me, she's just built too wrong off of her rear leg in order to be any higher in this class. And I could listen to you if you think she ought to be behind this gilt as well. The gilt that comes out next is a little more correct in her skeleton. She's just one that really flattens down low and lacks the muscle shape and carcass merit of the hogs ahead of her. This level-eared belted barrow, though, that rounds out the class just does so because he has the least carcass merit of the division. Let's congratulate these exhibitors in this class of crossbreds. Quality at the top end still really good. Appreciate that of all of our exhibitors here in Howard County.
Now entering the ring is Class 54. Results for Class 53. First place, Jaden Mantua. Second place, Anna Campaneri. Third place, Will Meyer. Fourth place, Quinn Hartner. Fifth place, Mason Willie. Sixth place, Samantha Boswell. Seventh place, Jake Harris. Eighth place, Michaela Willie. Ninth place, Daniel Franz. In your program, 6, 5, 9, 1, 7, 3, 8, 2, 4. Now in the ring is Class 54. Following this, we will need the Division I crossbred first place class winners to ringside for the selection of our Division I crossbred champion. Second place class winners need to be on standby.
good class to talk through here with some nice big differences to sort, but I think just a logical place to start in the young ladies. Broken belted hog here driving directly in front of me. I think that hog sorts to the top pretty easily in this class. Quality, build, muscle, insert whatever you want, and he wins the class. So we'll talk about him later as we get a chance to look at him with some other class winners. I think the decisions really come after you get through that first place hog. This tricolored Barra, he's one that you like some things about him. I mean, he's a barrel. He's just round made and powerful. To me, it just hurts him, though, that he's a little too quick in his maturity pattern, a little too jammed up off either end, doesn't have quite as much real shape and dimension as the Barra that wins the class. But I think it's also hard to beat him with something else because he's relatively correct. He's just in too small and compact of a package for me. I'd like to be able to see him handle some heavier weights because we're still in the 230-pound class and we need to see some extra frame in these guys to get up to commercial relevance. That being said, the young lady's gilt that comes out in third, albeit a little bigger skeleton and bigger in her general outlook, I think she's also plenty muscular. She's just not hooked up correctly enough in her build and design to use her over the barrow in second. To me, she just gets a little broken in her top line and off in her ham loin junction. Doesn't get out and go and travel off of either end of her skeleton good enough for me, but still a pretty nice hog here in third that's relatively correct in all of the basics. As we come into the fourth slot, a white barrow that, again, relatively practically made hog that's got some mass, just pretty plain shaped, a little more conventional in his type. I'd just like to see him more shapely and expressive with more carcass merit from end to end. Pretty plain made hog in the fourth hole. That being said, comparatively, this hog in fifth probably has a little more shape up in his upper skeleton. Just one that to me is just too wrong built off of his rear wheels to really get him any higher. Got to change the way he gets out and goes off either end of his skeleton for me to want to be able to use him higher in this class. The hog that rounds out the class is better skeleton and better built off either end, but to me he's just one that's got way too much lower body and not enough mass up high. Again, the one that I'd change the most from a carcass merit standpoint, and that's what sorts him down in this lineup. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, doing a good job here in our crossbred division as we keep on working our way up to some heavier weights.
Results for Class 54, first place, Charlotte Harrington. Second place, Wyatt Holmes. Third place, Cora Brendel. Fourth place, Hayden Harrison. Fifth place, James Boswell. Sixth place, Quinn Hartner. In your program, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 6. Now in the ring will be the selection of our Division I crossbred champion.
Here in our lightweight division of our crossbreds, I think we got 5 really good class winners out here, and I appreciate the quality that the young people and the breeders have brought us here in this lightweight division of crosses, because I think any 5 of these could be really competitive at a lot of county fairs in their respective lightweight division. But I think there's one out here that I guess just does it the best for me. So I'm not going to dilly-dally around here and pretend I'm looking at everyone for another 5 minutes, because there's one that I guess just trips my trigger the best. But I certainly take solace for any of you guys out here that all 5 of these hogs are really good in their own right, and I think there's some differences between them. Hopefully some of them might have a further end date at a heavier weight, but out here today, the young lady with the broken belted barrow does the most right for me, and she's going to have your champion lightweight crossbred here today.
Congratulations to Blair Heath with our Division I crossbred champion.
I think it's still tough here for reserve. The young lady's broken belted gilt comes out here and contends with the other class winners. That was a nice deep class that our champion came out of as well. As it comes back here for reserve, I think it comes down to a couple hogs here that to me are the most in contention, between the black-headed hog that's driving right in front of me and the broken belted pig that's in the corner. I think these two probably do things the most effectively for me after our champion. I think when it really boils down to, though, is we got a hog that's driving in front of me that's just showing himself off a lot better, and a hog that's just one that gets out more comfortably off his rear skeleton. The black-headed hog's going to be your reserve champion, lightweight crossbred. Please congratulate all these exhibitors with some really good class winners in your crossbred division as we sort up to your middleweights next.
Congratulations to Jada Mantua, our Division I reserve champion. Moving on to Division II of our crossbreds with Class 55. Come on in.
Really nice top pair to start off our light middleweight division. I think a pair of hogs that would win many of the classes we've seen thus far, and certainly some give and take in this pair. Once we got this one off the fence, though, I guess this one just does the most things right for me, and this tricolored hog's going to win the class. I just think he's better off in his rear skeleton, so much better in the way his hock and rear leg reaches and places than the belted hog in second, and I think he's still plenty powerful, and I like his extra freshness down his top. The belted hog in second, love the mass and power in that guy. Young man's been doing a really good job driving the heck out of him, but to me he's just not quite hooked up as good in his top line and his rear wheels. I don't think he's quite as fresh down his top. Let's be a nitpicky of a really good hog there in second. Nice top pair here to start off this division. I told the young man as he penned his hog that he's got a pretty good barrel here in third. One thing that he needs to do a better job of is getting that skin and hair looking better, because this is a good made hog that just kind of hits you as a little plain, a little off in his freshness. But I think he's one that just needs a good clip job and some good hair coat that would help him quite a bit. But he isn't quite as high quality as the two hogs ahead of him. He's a little flatter down low. He's a little insecure in his rear wheels. Maybe not quite as good in the placement of his hock. The young lady's hog here in fourth, the white hog, another one. I'd like to improve his skin and hair condition to really have him be contender with the top two. And he's one that's just not quite as attractive and hooked up as good down his top line. One that you'd like to just pull apart a little bit more everywhere to rival your top pair. As we keep on moving down the line, a barrel here in the fifth hole, another one that I just need to change from a balance standpoint. Got a little bit too much waste in his lower 1/3 and frailness in his skeleton to move up. I still think he's a little bit better compositionally than the hog in sixth. This hog in sixth is one that just needs more shape and mass all the way through, but one that's not practical enough in his body type either. Once again, really nice top pair in this division. Let's look forward to class 2 of your light middleweights next.
Now entering the ring is class 56. Results for class 55. First place, Ella Campaneri. Second place, Dylan Montgomery. Third place, Hayden Harrison. Fourth place, Caitlin Hill. Fifth place, Amelia Brogan. Sixth place, Will Meyer. In your program, 1, 4, 5, 3, 6, 2. Now in the ring is class 56.
Another nice class of 6. I know we got lots of pens, but we got 6 in this class, and I'm excited to see this wide belted hog. I saw him earlier today, and I was like, oh, I'd like to see how he shapes up when we get him back out in his class. I think that guy's just pretty cool to look at from the side and still hit you with enough power and substance. I think he wins this class pretty easily. maybe mass him up just a little bit more in the center part of his ham. But that's a pretty nice hog here to win this class, and one that just, I think, jumps out at you from ringside as the most attractive and complete one in this lineup. Certainly don't want to take anything away from the blue-headed hog that ends up in second. I think this is just still a pretty complete hog. He's got more flank and rib in him, probably just a little bit more in the seat of his pants than the barrow that wins the class. I just don't know that he has quite the quality to him. He's a little more petered out in his upper hip and a little plainer in his build from the side. Just a nice second place hog that gets beat by a better looking one, but a really complete hog still in his own right. Coming out in third, I think a little more gap there in terms of quality. This hog in third is a little more comfortable in motion than the barrow in fourth. To me, she's just a little too flat in her lower body and still got a little too much set to her rear leg, but she's one that's going to be a pretty good carcass hog on the rail. The barrow that comes out in fourth, initially you might like him if you study him up high and from behind in terms of mass. He's just way outside of his body wall, though, off his rear two. Just doesn't travel good enough off of his rear skeleton to move up in the lineup. If we keep on moving on down, I think there is more freedom of movement in this hog in fifth. She's one that's still gonna be a pretty good high cut ability hog. She's just too harsh and dry in her rib, too non-productive in her type to move up for me. The barrow that rounds out the class, again, if you catch a trend, probably the one that's the most compositionally questionable of the class. Please put our hands together for these exhibitors. Another nice hog to win the class.
Now entering the ring is Class 57. Results for Class 56. First place, Owen Wise. Second place, Natalie Davis. Third place, Riley Trotman. Fourth place, Mary Boswell. Fifth place, James Boswell. Sixth place, Addison Hartner. In your program, 3, 5, 2, 1, 4, 6. Now in the ring is Class 57. Following this, we will need all of our Division II first place class winners to ringside for the selection of our champion, and second place class winners on standby.
really nice top pair of barrows here, and what's a pretty deep class altogether. I think these top two do things really well in terms of just being both massive, powerful hogs that still built pretty good in their top line and skeleton. Certainly a little give and take and some nitpicky things between them. I'm going to go ahead and use the thin belted barrow driving in front of me to win the class. I think when we get down to splitting hairs on two good barrows, the worst thing I can pick on him is having a knot on his right hock. I mean, that barrow is one that's, gets out and goes with a little more authority and security off his rear two than the broken belted barrow. I think he's better in his head carriage and the way he's built up through his front end. And he's just a more attractive barrow when you get off from the side. He's just one that catches your eye just a little more than the predominantly black hog. The predominantly black hog is really massive through the center portion of his body and his rib cage. I like how square and opened up he is down his top. I think he's one that's still really good overall in his skeleton. You just get a little bit nitpicky of him in the placement of his hock and his rear feet. He's a little smaller footed as well, and I think that maybe lends you to believe he's a little less secure in his placement of his rear legs. But again, that's being nitpicky on another really good barrow there in first and second. And let's give a round of applause for both of those two young people. Young man's barrow in third, really correct hog, this thin belted barrow. I think he's built just really nicely, and you can maybe argue he's as good in his foot placement as any of the three. To me, he just gets a little out-horsed, and that's not a light-muscled hog. It's just a testament to how powerful the top two are. He's just not quite as opened up through the center part of his body and down his top. He's just a little plainer in his shape, and that's what relegates him into that third position. This young lady's gilt in fourth, probably a little more shapely than the barrow that precedes her. I just don't think she's hooked up as correctly in terms of balance and structure. A little more uncoordinated off her rear two, probably tapers to her hip a little bit more than the three barrows ahead of her. Coming out fifth is another powerful hog all the way down here. Young man has brought us a really good carcass merit kind of a hog with plenty of muscle. One that needs a better skin and hair coat, needs to be a little better in his feet, wants to get a little flat-footed and pigeon-toed up front. Just not quite as attractive or correct in his balance as some of the hogs ahead of him in the lineup. I think this next hog that comes out is probably a little bit better balanced, maybe without the muscle. This one needs more power, needs more shape, and still one that's a little bit plain in his feature. That being said, I think he's still more muscular than the blue-headed hog that rounds out the class. Just the one that leaves me wanting more in terms of muscle, just the lightest muscled, narrowest skeleton hog in the drive. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors, especially the two barrows on top.
Results for Class 57. First place, Parker Dowdy. Second place, Grant Tomanek. Third place, Owen Wise. Fourth place, Molly Miller. Fifth place, Austin Glover. Sixth place, Amelia Brogan. Seventh place, Ruby Church. In your program, 6, 4, 2, 3, 1, 7, 5. Now in the ring are all of our Division II crossbred first place class winners for the selection of our champion Division II crossbred. Second place class winners, please be on standby.
Well, here in our second division, we've got 3 really nice class winners out here, and hopefully you guys ringside can appreciate the quality that we've got from each of the classes in this division. I certainly am happy to have quality to sort through because although it makes my job difficult, you certainly are happier with the ones you get to choose from. I think there's some give and take between these out here depending on what your priorities are. I know I started the day by using some terms like commercially relevant, and as we get to the upper end of this division, we're finally getting to some commercially relevant weights. And these hogs, again, need to be good commercial hogs before they can be good show hogs. But I think there's 3 pretty nice show pigs out here. One of them, to me, is heavy enough and powerful enough and still good enough, and that's your 3rd class winner. He's going to be your 2nd division winner. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Parker Dowdy. Finally, a smile. So serious. Our Division II champion crossbred.
Certainly appreciate the predominantly black hog that was in 2nd in that class. I know we picked on him a little bit relative to your champion, but a great hog to come back out here and be a contender. I'm going to go back to your lightest weight class winner here, the tricolored barrow on the fence line over there. He's certainly not one that wants to show very well today, but I think he's one that when you really study him, he's got a lot of really good pieces, and if we can just make him a little heavier, I think he'd certainly be a contender. But that's a really cool barrow there that's going to be your reserve champion here in Division II. Young lady with the tricolored barrow. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Ella Campaneri, our reserve champion crossbred for Division II. Moving right along to Division III of our crossbreds with Class 58. Come on down.
Well, at least we got some good background music here as we get into our heavier crossbred divisions. I'm glad you aren't asking me to sing, so I'll just talk about pigs. But I think in this class, a little easier decision. I don't think it's as tough at the top. This tricolored gilt's going to win this class pretty easily. Pretty nice one here to lead off this division, or this class. And certainly one that we'll want to see get back out here. But just a really correct, fresh, powerful gilt that still moves really comfortably. Maybe you could pick on her in a few areas. We'll probably talk about that later. I think the gilt in second just does things the next most correctly for me. I'd still like to change the way she's constructed in her hip and the way she sets her rear leg. It's being critical of a nice gilt, but she just isn't quite as attractive in her rear leg and design. Probably not quite as powerful as your class winner either. The hog that comes out in third, another nice gilt that just ran into a good class winner. Another one that I like the front 2/3 of her pretty well. Got to change the way she's hooked up out of her rear skeleton. Probably just a little bit flatter underneath relative to those top pair as well. But the main problem with her is how tight hinged she is off of her rear wheels. Coming out in fourth, kind of skunk-headed hog that comes out next. One that's practical in his body type. I think good enough in terms of carcass merit and composition. Just needs pulled apart in his skeleton all the way through, and he's pretty plain in his appearance. Just lacks some of that extra look and attractiveness of our top three. I think he's still leaner down low than this Barrow in fifth. Young man in fifth's doing a heck of a job showing what is a pretty bad built Barrow, to be honest. He's just way too flat in his feet and wasty in his lower 1/3. He's got some power, I give him that. And the young man's doing a good job showing him, but that hog just needs to be changed in his construction and leaned up down low to move up in the lineup. I think the speckled hog actually has some redeeming quality over that Barrow above him. This one's more comfortable in motion, a little taller scaled and better in his pastern. Just doesn't have enough mass in him to me, though. He needs to be pulled apart all the way through. We got to put product in these hogs first, and he doesn't have enough. Neither do the two hogs that follow. I think this white hog's a little more correct in his build than the hog in last. Just one, though, that's pretty plain in his type. Not quite right there at the top of his shoulder. This Barrow that rounds out the class is the one that's going to be the most problematic at the carcass side of things. Let's give these guys a round of applause in the first class of Division III crossbreds.
Results from Class 58. First place, Wyatt Ridgely. Second place, Blair Heath. Third place, Brody Harrison. Fourth place, Noah Hofkowski. Fifth place, Liam Hartner. Sixth place, Charlie Brendel. Seventh place, Mason Brogan. Eighth place, Violet Bell. In your program, 7, 2, 4, 6, 8, 3, 5, 1. Now in the ring is Class 59.
Here in our second class in Division 3, I think we have a little more different types to work with. Maybe not the easy one to start, but I think when it comes back to it, we've got to start with carcass merit and composition, and I think these two do that the most effectively. We could change both of them in a couple areas, and I'm going to go ahead and use the barrow over here as your class winner. I think this young lady's done a good job driving him out here in the ring. Nice long spine and still muscular hog that I think is really genuine in his muscle shape. Just not one that just catches your eye the most. He's not the most flashy hog in the class, maybe a little bit flat-footed, but a hog that I think is still really correct in his spine, massive enough, good enough in his composition for me. That's what slides him up to the top. The bear on second, if you want to use him to win because he's the most massive from behind, biggest topped, I won't fault you. Heck, he's probably the heaviest boned hog in the class too. To me, he's just not hooked up good enough in his ham-loin junction. He's a little too broken down in his feet and just labors in his movement too much for him to win the class for me. That being said, the black hog in third, I guess I'd argue with you if you try to use him to win. I think he's very correct when you get off to the side of him. That's probably the most correctly built hog. I just don't read him with enough genuine muscle, though. That hog's been managed really well. I just don't read him with enough true shape and mass when you really study him down at his lower ham and his base. He's just lacking the mass that we have in the two barrows that are ahead of him that I think are just more genuine. That being said, the predominantly white hog that comes out next that I do think is heavier boned, I don't know that he offers just a lot more real mass, even though he may be just a notch leaner over his loin edge. This guy's pretty jammed up off either end and pretty disappointing in terms of muscle himself, and that's what keeps him down in that fifth hole. This hog in sixth might honestly be more muscular than the two hogs that preceded her. She's just one that's pretty conventional in her build. I think she gets a little round and frail in her makeup. Just one that's pretty plain Jane from the side, but a hog that I think is still going to kill with some carcass merit. Really nice class with some differences there. Top pair that's pretty close in my opinion.
Now entering the ring is class 60. Results from class 59. First place, Blair Heath. Second place, Samantha Boswell. Third place, Jada Mantua. Fourth place, Elijah Honkovsky. Fifth place, Duncan Bell. In your program, 1, 4, 5, 2, 3. Now in the ring is class 60. Following this, we will need our Division 3 crossbred first place class winners for the selection of our crossbred champion. Second place winners, please be on standby.
nice class here, and I think unlike our last class, we got two at the top that are both pretty good. Neither being perfect, but I think two pretty nice hogs here that you can maybe split some hairs on and what your priorities are. I think the hog that you like is front end a lot better is the young man's barrow. He just gets up out of his chest floor and his shoulder and forearm and knee a lot better than the white gilt. I think the rear skeleton, I probably like the white gilt a little bit better. And so I think it comes down to some personal preference and where you maybe put some emphasis. I think both these hogs are big scaled and powerful. I'm going to go ahead and use the blue topped hog to win the class. I think he's just more complete up through the front third of his skeleton, and his rear leg is less of a glaring problem to me than the white hog here. I just got to change the way she comes out of her knee and is set back in her forearm, and just one that I need to change up through her front part of her skeleton to use her to win. But I really like her from her shoulder back. I think she's the hog that's got more genuine power out of her hip, more in her lower ham. Just need to change her front third of her skeleton to let her go over top of that blue barrow. Nice top pair here in this class. Coming out in third's a hog that needs a better skin and hair coat for sure, but really a pretty practical and complete hog in his own right. Good body type, good mass in him, really correct off either end of his skeleton. Just like to see him with a little more attractiveness and freshness to rival that top pair. Young man's barrow in fourth, or our gilt in fourth, is a lot better in her skin and hair coat and fresher, and I like that about her. I don't think she's quite as good in her composition as the hog ahead of her, though. Just gets a little narrow underneath, a little disappointing at the seat of her ham, one that I just like to pull apart and be more expressive, especially off either end of her skeleton. As we keep on moving down the lineup, we got a high cut ability hog here in fifth. Just need to be changed in her body type and her rear skeleton in order to move up. And the barrow that rounds out the class, big, long, big hipped kind of a hog, just too hard doing and not right in his body type to rival the hogs higher up in this class. Really good top pair again in here. Please put our hands together for those kids in our last class of Division III.
Results for Class 60. First place, Dylan Montgomery. Second place, Jaden Mantua. Third place, Mary Boswell. Fourth place, Jake Harris. Fifth place, Peyton Harris. Sixth place, Kennedy Nelson. In your program, 3, 5, 6, 4, 2, 1. Now in the ring will be all of our first place Division III class winners for the selection of our Division III champion crossbred. Second place class winners, please be on standby.
These bigger hogs will get tired on us a little faster, so I better not dilly-dally too much in my selection. Really nice division that we had here up here in these weight ranges where we need to be at, I think, to be fitting where the commercial industry wants these hogs to fill today. I think the hardest classes were your first and third class, where we had a little more depth from top to bottom. I think both of those class winners come out here and contend for your division winner. The one that's just the most complete to me and does the most things right, your tricolored gilt out of Class 1 in this division. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations to this young man.
Congratulations to Wyatt Ridgely, our Division III crossbred champion.
Appreciate our second place gilt that came out of Class 1 and one that still comes out here and matches up with our other class winners really nicely. That being said, I want to go back to another class winner out of the Class 3 of this division as one that really hits you hard and gives you a lot of power and mass. The young man with the blue butt barrow is going to have your reserve champion here in Division 3. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Dylan Montgomery, our reserve champion crossbred from Division 3. Heading into Division 4, Class 61, come on down.
She's third. I appreciate all you guys sticking with me at ringside. We're fighting the sun here, and hopefully we can beat it if we keep rocking and rolling. Ring helps doing a great job of getting our hogs penned, and appreciate those of you back in the barns keeping the pigs moving on up here and being timely about it. I think things are running really smoothly. In this class, it's pretty straightforward. We got a black gilt that needs to win. She's the best one in here. Really flexible, comfortable, powerful gilt. Maybe not the most massive one we've had out here today, but for her length of spine, she's still really good in that respect, and I think one that's just built really correctly to win this class. I think the decisions between second and third, I went ahead and used this gilt that's a little bigger skeleton and more massive up high, and she's just better in the center and lower part of her ham in terms of just true mass and dimension. She's a little bit flatter in her lower rib. I think she's a little tighter in her hock placement and insecure off her rear leg compared to the gilt that comes in third. This gilt in third's a little more practical and bigger bodied, a little softer and smoother traveling. Just one that to me gets a little plain in her muscle shape, especially in her center and lower ham. I just like to give her a notch more power and clean her up in her front 1/3 in order to move her up into that second slot. The red belted hog that comes out in fourth, just a pretty practical kind of a hog here. Nothing really wrong with her, just one that doesn't hit you with much flash, needs a shot more power, needs a little more shape and freshness down her chine and her spine to rival the 3 hogs ahead of her. And the gilt that rounds out the class, probably one that has the edge and cutability relative to the hog in fourth, just one that's too flat and harsh in her rib and body type to move up for me. Put your hands together for these hogs in our first class of our heavyweight division.
Now entering the ring is class 62. Results for class 61. First place, Walker Whitehead. Second place, Kendall Dowdy. Third place, Molly Miller. Fourth place, Ansley Hartner. Fifth place, Meredith Miller. In your program, 2, 5, 3, 1, 4. Now in the ring is class 62.
As we keep climbing up here in weight, we certainly start to see some more differences in carcass merit and composition, and the hogs are really separating themselves as it gets harder and harder to keep them together when they're this big and at these really good carcass weights. But this black gilt that wins the class does so pretty easily, in my opinion. Really big legs under her and tons of bone and substance. Still plenty massive up high and correct in her build. Young man does a good job driving her. Just, I think, a nice gilt to sort up in this class. One that's really just comfortable in motion and built right. The tricolored gilt that ends up in second, just a pretty complete hog in her own right. I think relative to the class winner, she's a little frailer featured underneath. She's a little bit narrower constructed at her base, just not quite as massive from end to end as our class winner, but a good practical, pretty complete hog there in the third hole. I think it gets a little interesting here in third and fourth, or second hole. In third and fourth, if you tell me this belted gilt that comes out in third was bred, I probably wouldn't argue with her because she's got so much belly and body, but still plenty of mass. She's powerful. one that's a little too frail featured for me for all the body she has and just a little too compact in her build. But it's just a gilt that's got a lot of power and still gets around pretty good. You got to give her credit for that. If you wanted to switch this pair, I'd sure be okay with it. This white hog in fourth, it's got a little more stretch, a little more length of body, probably just a little bit more correct in his lower body, waist, but a hog that to me is pretty tight out of his hip, not quite right in the way he's built off his rear skeleton, and a barrow that to me just doesn't have quite the overall mass of the gilt that I used in third. The hog in fifth, one that from a balance standpoint just kind of falls out for me. He's got the big sheath and kind of runs downhill from the front end. Just a hog that isn't put together complete enough or massive enough up high to rival the hogs higher in this class. And the tricolored red belt here that rounds out the class, big-bodied, performance-oriented kind of a hog, certainly one that looks like he's been fast gaining on feed. He's just one that's a little off in terms of his composition at this heavier weight. Got to get him a little more leaner and a little more lean and massive to rival some of the hogs higher up in the lineup. Nice big class here in our heavyweight division. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they head back to the pens.
Now entering the ring is class 63. Results for class 62. First place, Nolan Wise. Second place, Jake Harris. Third place, Addison Hartner. Fourth place, Abigail Nelson. Fifth place, Riley Tropman. Sixth place, Hartley Prime. In your program, 5, 1, 3, 2, 6, 4. Now in the ring is class 63.
Never do? Never ever? I don't believe you. I guess not all the big ones are slow moving. Still got a couple of them to keep you guys honest. Here in our second heaviest weight class, I think things break apart pretty nicely. We just got 6 head. We got a barrow that wins the class pretty easily over here. Let's give him a big round of applause. Powerful, good moving, attractive barrow. Young man's doing a good job driving him. Still fresh and expressive down his top. Just a nice barrow to win this class. This red-belted gilt that comes in second, I think she just logically slides into that hole. She's not as powerful, not as massive, but she really doesn't have anything wrong with her other than maybe not being as attractive from the side. I gave the young man a hard time. I think her whole litter is probably shown here today from one end to the other of the class. Got to give him credit to having a litter with that many hogs that made it in the ring, but that gilt's probably the best one of that litter in my opinion. Coming out in the third hole is the young lady's black gilt, big scaled and expressive and still fresh in her top. A little fast for our ring help, but she's one that gets a little high in her spine and a little flatter in her rib and closed up underneath. I think there's a pretty good gap there between second and third. Coming out in fourth is a barrow that's certainly got a little more mass and maybe width down low. I think he's one with a little bit too much bark on him in my opinion. He's a little past 12 o'clock in terms of his fat cover, and it hurts him. He just looks a little more compact and wasty in his lower 1/3. Doesn't have quite the look and an extension of some of the hogs up higher in the lineup. I think he's still cleaner and leveler than the red-belted barrow that comes out next. This is one of those litter mates that maybe hasn't handled the extra weight quite as well as he's getting a little bit fat and one that's just not going to have the same kind of cutability on the rail as the hogs up higher in the lineup. I still think he's a little more practical and performance-oriented than the barrow that rounds out the class. This guy's just pretty stale and hollow in his makeup to me to move up in the lineup. But a nice class here in these heavy weight classes. Certainly a nice barrow to win this class.
Now entering the ring is Class 64. Results for Class 63. First place, Dylan Montgomery. Second place, Liam Hartner. Third place, Addison Ridgely. Fourth place, Mason Willie. Fifth place, Hartley Prime. Sixth place, Kennedy Nelson. In your program, 2, 1, 4, 3, 6, 5. Now in the ring is Class 64. Following this, we will need all of our first place Division 4 class winners for the selection of our Division 4 crossbred.
Well, here in our last class of crossbreds, a little bit smaller class, but you gotta love these big hogs when we can keep them put together and have them looking right. It's pretty impressive when you get into these 280, 290 pound classes, and we've still got some really good quality to sort through. Of course, composition's got to come first, but at these heavier weights, it's tough to keep their skeleton together, and I certainly appreciate the two hogs that are out here driving, still doing a really good job of that. I think the one that's just the more correct hog from end to end is the young man's Barra here driving in front of me. He's going to be your class winner in this heavyweight class. certainly appreciate that about him. I don't think he's quite the most massive in his lower ham and hip. I'd like to just fill him out there a little bit. I don't know that the gilt beats him in that regard, though, and to me she just gets a little bit forward in her shoulder, a little bit less attractive in the way she tracks off either end of her skeleton. That's still a big scale, really powerful and expressive gilt in the second hole that does a good job, and we'll look forward to seeing the class winner back out here again in a little bit. The hog coming out in third, predominantly white gilt, another big scaled, really fresh and expressively muscled kind of a gilt. Just needs a little more belly to her. Maybe not so much as the red belt that comes out in fourth, but she's a gilt that's just not quite as correct in her midsection and her lower body mass. I'd just like to see her hooked up a little smoother down her top line as well. The level-eared red belted gilt, certainly another really big-bodied hog, probably another kind of breeding gilt style in my opinion, just one that gets a little frailer featured, doesn't have that look and lower body that I like in some of the class winners we've had out here. The young man does a great job driving her though, and still one that's good in the fundamentals. The gilt that rounds out this class, still one that you can't be too critical of. I think carcass merit's still pretty good in her. She's just the narrowest constructed, the flattest chested gilt, one that just needs a little more belly and flank, and just gets out-horsed by some of the other hogs in terms of true muscularity relative to the other hogs in this class. Good heavyweight class. Please congratulate those exhibitors as we get ready to pick your champion here in Division 4.
Results for Class 64. First place, Nolan Wise. Second place, Molly Miller. Third place, Wyatt Ridgely. Fourth place, Liam Hartner. Fifth place, Ella Campaneri. In your program, 1, 5, 2, 3, 4. Now in the ring will be all of our Division 4 class winners for the selection of our Division 4 Crossbred Champion. Second place winners, please be on standby.
Well, once again, I want to commend our class winners here in our heavyweight division. Let's put our hands together for these guys. These are some tough classes, and there's 4 really good hogs out here representing some good hogs that are back in the pens at this point. And I want to reiterate, I think it's harder to make big hogs good, and there's 4 pretty nice ones out here representing each of their classes. Now, are any of them perfect? No, and you can certainly pick holes where you want. I think there's some things that maybe stand out more about some than others. I love the heaviness of bone work in this young lady's gilt that she's driving. Really, really stout featured hog that just stands out in that regard. The predominantly black gilt is one that's just super cool from the side. I think she's so flexible and agile and loose in her spine. I think you just question whether she's got enough mass to her. I just don't know that she fills out all that extra reach with enough power for me. I think the heavyweight barrow is one that's just really massive all the way through as well and still handles it really well. And yet I think the hog that puts it together the most completely is the young man's barrow over there on the fence line. The wide belted barrow is going to win the division. Really, really massive hog all the way through and still handles himself really well when we get him in motion. Young man does a good job driving him and getting a good look out of that hog. He'll be your heavyweight champion here today.
Congratulations to Dylan Montgomery on Division 4 champion crossbred.
As we go back here for selection of your reserve in the heavyweight division, I'm going to come back to our heaviest weight class. Young man's broken belted barrow is going to be your reserve champion. Really powerful hog that still really keeps it together from end to end. I think you had two out here in this division, didn't you? I think you have pretty nice gilt too. So he'll be your reserve champion in this division. Once again, let's put our hands together for all of our class winners and seconds in our heavyweight class as we get ready to pick your champions overall.
Congratulations to Nolan Wise, reserve champion crossbred for Division 4. Now we need all of our crossbred division champions into the show ring for the selection of our champion overall crossbred.
4 really good division winners out here tonight. Let's congratulate these guys once. Really, really deep crossbred division. And once again, appreciate the opportunity to sort through this and you guys' patience at ringside with us. I know our ring help's been really keeping things moving and doing a good job in spite of some pigs that weren't cooperating for us. That being said, I think we've got 4 great division winners out here, and at this point there's 4 really good hogs, and different people may latch on to different things, but I think you could pick any one of these and make a good justification for why they could win. I've got my preference here today, and I'm going to go out and select that champion, but certainly want to appreciate some of the things in each of these hogs. I think that lightweight Barra, to me, he's pretty small for commercial relevance, but you put him in a 260-pound frame, and I think he gives some of these other hogs a real good run for their money. The big Barra that just came out of our heavyweight division, just really massive all the way through and just rock solid all the way from blade to hip. The hog out of our second division, one that I think really matches up with him in that respect in terms of mass. The tricolored gilt that comes out of Division 3, I think she's one that's just really, really flexible, and I like that agility that she has, even if she's maybe not quite as powerful as a couple barrows on either side of her. I just think that you've got 4 division winners out here that really represent your county really well, and appreciate the opportunity to sort through a great set of hogs. I'll go out here and I'll select your champion, and then we'll bring our reserve in and select a reserve in this crossbred division that's been really, really deep and thorough. Once again, let's put our hands together for these crossbred winners.
Congratulations to Wyatt Ridgely, our champion overall crossbred. We need the reserve from his division for the selection of our reserve. Congratulations to Parker Dowdy, reserve champion overall crossbred. All right. Now we got to get ready. We need all of our breed champions to the show ring for the selection of our overall grand champion. And we need the reserve champions from each breed division on standby for our reserve grand champion. So come on down. Now in the ring are all of our breed division champions for the selection of our overall grand champion. We also have a few grand champions back in the barn. If we could have all of our helpers from the back, our board dudes, to come on down for a moment. Don't make me send somebody back there to get you. Jimmy, Frankie, Brian, Mr. Lovelace. Oh, they're working? Imagine that. That's terrible. Stop working. Come up here for a minute, please. I'm not a road show. I just sit here and talk. Let's go. Front and center.
Well, the music side of things is done for the night, so hopefully we picked up a few more spectators after that, and I don't have to talk over it quite as much because I think I'm losing my voice a little bit here towards the end of the night, but that's because I've had the opportunity to talk about some really, really good hogs here today and good young people from the beginning of the day in showmanship all the way through our breed show and pairs division and now to the kind of main event here in our market hog show. And there's always been a lot of good families and good livestock families here in Howard County, and I've known that for many years, and it's really been reinforced to me the last 2 years when I've had the chance to come and judge this show. The trend continues in terms of the quality you guys continue to produce and exhibit. I think that's a testament to the young people and the support that you guys have all throughout the county, and that's shown by the ringside support we have here tonight as well. I think each of these breed champions represents their breeds really well, but certainly these exhibitors deserve a big round of applause for being out here. And I know each of them wouldn't be able to say they could be out here without all the support mechanism they have in terms of family and friends and the experts they have around them, but they've done a really, really good job of bringing some good hogs for me to evaluate. And I'm out here with the task of sorting through some really good ones and applying my personal preference. But it's really nice to be able to get some ones that are really good at the fundamentals, at relevant carcass weights, still really good in terms of carcass value, and have a great look that you're happy to stand behind them with a banner and a picture. With that, I'm going to go out here and select your champion here tonight. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you guys for having me back here again. It's been a real privilege. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion now, but once again, let's congratulate all these exhibitors in the ring tonight.
Congratulations to Wyatt Ridgely, our Grand Champion Market Hog exhibitor. We need our reserve champion, and oh, there you are.
As we get back out here to select our reserve champion, really had a lot of good things to say about the crossbred division. Those of you that have been with me all day know the depth that was in that show, and certainly we had a lot of quality in our respective breeds, and I grew up a breed guy, and I wouldn't mind using a purebred here, but I think we've got a really, really deep crossbred division. Your reserve champion crossbred is going to be your reserve overall. I think we got a smile out of him there.
Congratulations to Parker Dowdy, our reserve Grand Champion Market Hog. Well, our board dudes and dudettes from the back never made it out here, but we'd like to say thank you to all of our previous year 4-H'ers who keep coming back and helping us out in the barn for all their hard work. Thank you to our judge, Mr. Hyatt Frobos, who loves us enough to come back after, last year and put up with me and my big mouth. So thank you to everybody for coming to see our show. If you would like to hear my voice, I'll be back tomorrow for the sheep show. Here's our board dudes. Yay, thank you to our board dudes and dudettes. We love you all.